point is usually if it doesn't work as a cash deal, you flip it to 1%.
Yeah.
And you keep the rental numbers, but you're able to drop the rehab and you're able to increase the offer price usually, right?
Yeah.
But in this case, you can't do that formula because it's not a cash flow market, right?
It's not.
In a cash flow market, you would put the rents in there, you would drop it to 1 and 1, then you would lower the rehab and you would increase the offer in a good rental market, right?
It's not available.
Yeah.
But in this case, we can't. So we then change it back to 7 and 5, right?
Yeah.
So,
Right to reach is not available.
those are rehab costs. Awesome.
Sorry.
30K, what was our offer? Was it 110?
Max.
Okay, let's see how these numbers. So 200K ARV.
I would say 100, honestly.
Yeah.
Guys working on a Detroit deal?
No, this one's in Ennis, Texas. It looks like Anus, Texas.
Oh my gosh.
So yeah, ARV's 200K on this property. Seller wants 140. Rehab's at 30K. So for the deal to make sense, we need to be at 100K probably.
Yeah.
Let's see here. So let's update this one real quick.
So
140. What's the number? 140. Repair
I
costs.
don't think they will take it. So what's the alternative? Just
Well, we're not there yet. So 30K. Repairs needed. Probably outdated. Floors. Roof is 2 years new.
Yeah, like there's something HVAC, plumbing, electricity, like things like that.
Yeah, our offer price is 100.
Still 104. 104. 104, 500. Just give a more specific number so you think we actually have a specific number, like have a reason.
Yeah. 104, 500. Motivation is has kids and wants a bigger house.
Are you looking to buy soon?
Just started looking at. Just started the sell process.
So they're buy soon.
Haven't found a house.
466-234. And I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Thanks.
Hey Nick, Caesar here. We spoke yesterday. Asked me to give you a call around this time. So when you get a chance, give me a call back at this number. I'll show you a quick text as well. Okay? Thanks.
reach is not available. At
$3,1900.
So let's call that lead. Okay, cool.
Okay, so Nick.
Is did you jump off the meeting early too? Or,
Yeah.
I was like, I got fucking calls to make. I got new leads came in. Gotta call them.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, let me see here. What about the next week before?
Dude, I'm like, I had this deal.
Mm-hmm.
What's Patrick say? You're doing a 60-day, 100K goal. No, what I'm doing is November 15 is my 1 year anniversary doing this. And so I had a goal of making 120,000 or having assignment fees assigned to me. Sorry, I can't talk today. $120,000 worth of assignment fees under my name within 1 year. And so because of that, my goal is to do 150. So if I fall short, I still hit the 120. So right now I am $66,900 short between now and November 15, which I should have about 20 coming in the next couple of weeks. So it should be pretty good.
Hell yeah, dude. Let me post in titanium real quick. So we're live on
That
Instagram.
took me a while to answer that, Patrick.
Okay, so we're live on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook. Okay, let me post in titanium real quick.
I got 2 callbacks coming in.
Live right now on YouTube doing deals. Who wants to join and make calls? I'll leave the link in the comments below. Everyone is welcome to watch and jump on and join calls. So I'm going to post that one.
You've used Investor Base before, right?
Yeah, Randy told me about it, and it's pretty cool. Like, you can't post deals on there, but you could find buyers and actually get their real number, and it's not like they're not users. It's actually county data, I believe. You know,
Yeah.
because Investor Base or Investor Lift does have buyers, but a lot of it's a user base. You know, it's logins and signups, right? But an Investor Base, there, I don't think it uses any user data. I think it uses county data.
Yeah, because I have a deal that I'm like tinkering about. It's a seller wants it at 140, or I was able to negotiate it down to 140. The
Mm-hmm.
numbers don't add up at 140. but there's literally a house that just got sold half a block away for 180 as is.
Mm-hmm.
And so I feel like there's something happening within that neighborhood, and I'm thinking of using investor base to call the buyers to see what's going on. You know what I mean? Just get some insight.
Mm-hmm.
And if they're willing to buy it at that price point, I can just lock it up. Otherwise, I just won't, you know?
Yeah. Do you have it, or do you need some help? Because maybe we can help you.
You know, what, the address or?
I think for us, I just need the address. Then later today, me or Kathy could pull the buyers in that area if you need help.
Yeah, well, I have an investor base right now with,
Very cool.
I logged on with Randy, so he's trying to
Nice.
figure out how to call these guys and ask.
Yeah, I think it has their cell phone and their email on there, right? Or maybe just cell phones.
Yeah. I think so
Kathy
too.
puts them in like a CSV file and just uploads them to the CRM.
Oh, you can export it?
I think so.
Oh yeah, you can.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's see here. They call that new lead. This one's in Florida. That's cool. That one's Florida. Let me look. Zillow. Damn, this is a big house. You don't see many like 3,600 square foot houses for sale for a lead. Okay, so I got all my comps. Yeah, let's call this lady. I don't like to pre-comp before, but I at least want to look at ARV real quick. And at least that'll help me on the phone.
Well, I mean, what RJ says makes sense, right? Because sometimes it's a waste of time. But at the end of the day, just do what works for you, you know? I've done it both ways where I don't comp before, and then I've done it where I've comped before. I mean, just
I agree.
Just at the end of the day, know what your strengths are, what you're giving up. I mean, I obviously you know this, right? I'm just saying it just for other people that are watching is like
totally.
Like if your weakness is comp, then yeah, comp before, but just know that you're wasting a lot of time and that you can be someone like me or Brandon might be hitting up 5 other people where you're just hitting up one. If you're willing and able to take that risk, then take it. You know what I mean? Until you get better and then switch to the other side.
Totally. And I think what I like to do is I'll get a new lead. I'll look on Google Street View real quick just to make sure it's a good area, good property I want to, get into. Next is I'll do Zillow, Realtor, and Redfin, just get estimated values just to see what ballpark I'm in. I'll throw it in Privy just to see what's going on. Like, oh, that's a 200K neighborhood, but Zillow says 150. All these houses are selling for 250. That's my IRV, right? Boom. Then I'm on the phone. I don't have to go in panic mode trying to comp and underwrite. At least I know ARV. Then I could get into the more intricate comps, right? And that trade-off of doing that little extra work up front, like 5 minutes maybe, will help me on that call because I'm not struggling for comping. At least I have that ARV solid, I think. And I could be more engaged with motivation, pretty much.
100%.
Because I think before I was running around like a chicken with his head cut off trying to comp, and then I close the deal and like I didn't know their motivation.
Yep, absolutely. Well, but the thing is, like, you tried it, right? Like, that's one thing I always tell people, like, whoever it is, like, they're telling you what works for them and what they think is the best, which is true. But at the end of the day, if you're not there yet, you gotta pivot. You gotta be nimble. So do what works for you with the goal of getting to that stage. You know what I mean? And then you got to give yourself like, okay, I'm going to give myself a week to get to that stage. And as long as you're getting closer to that stage, to that level.
Like the closer and closer.
Can't be like RJ overnight. The guy's been doing it for 10 years. You know what I mean? And I'm sure there were times before then when they were comping before calling, and
Yeah,
just that's
the
why I was
process.
self-honest
Your
image.
call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is not available. At
One
the
second.
tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up.
Hey Heather, this is Brandon Clark. I was calling about your property. I saw you either put it on my website real quick or you were talking to someone on my team that you're looking to sell. If so, give me a call back, 760-823-8311. Thank you so much. I'll shoot you a text too. If that's easier. Bye-bye. No, yeah, like you see RJ, it makes it look so easy. For him it is, but you don't see the struggles for years and years and years and years and years, right?
Yep, absolutely.
What's up, Hector? What's up, bro?
What's going on, fellas?
Yo, yo.
Hector,
What's up, Caesar?
what up, buddy? Hector's ready to kill it today. Got the titanium hat on.
And
Let's
the
go.
line
let's
in the
go.
back. I like the line.
Hector, you can share. You want to share good news today, or you don't
Yeah,
want to see it?
Let's hear it.
yeah, no, for sure. Definitely do that. Yeah, so so kids, you don't know Brandon, Caesar been helping out in this deal in Cahoyca, Illinois, kind of the southern portion of it.
Nice.
Reached out to him and Tom and helping me dispo it. After doing a couple of walkthroughs, came to the realization, yeah, we might need a little bit lower, and just because he overestimated the repairs since he hadn't seen it in a while, and yeah, got on the phone with him this morning, had the conversation, and he's like, yeah, I kind of expected this, so I'm good. Like, I understand you guys need to be at that amount, so got him to drop from 30 to 20 and send him the amendment. Just waiting for him to send it back to we can get it back over the title.
Hell yeah. It's always good when you have a seller that agrees with like, yeah, it does need some work, because very little do they do that, right?
Yeah. Like I said, he's pretty reasonable. He understands. He knows that the property needs a little bit of extra work, and throwing those key points that he was already aware of and adding a little bit to it kind of helps solidify that. So it's cool.
Nice, dude.
So yeah, great job, Hector, on that one.
Yeah, I
You
appreciate
just
it.
want to know something funny though about the whole thing?
Mm-hmm.
When the seller doesn't give me any pushback, I'm going, gosh,
You could have got lower.
I
Get a little lower.
could have gone for 15 or 18 instead of 20. I was like, gosh darn it.
Yeah, and I thought about doing it. Like, hey, I just kind of thought about doing it. Hey, what do you think the best you can do for me? And that that kind of pitch. And like, yeah, I probably could have done that. He probably would have been maybe 18.
Yeah.
Even if those, but yeah, I agreed to the 20. He was good with the 20. So he was no hesitations. Like, let's do it. Cool.
Yeah. And this wasn't your first price drop though, right, Hector? Or
It was my first price drop. Yeah.
well, dude, like since people are watching, like what's your learning key idea? If you do have one, if you don't, that's totally cool.
Well, no, I think it was helpful to hear from you and Tom in regards to just pointing out those key indicators. Just having that kind of that ammunition in your back pocket was key to outlining it and just making them aware. And he agreed. Like, he understood. And I think for me, just having that initial rapport with him from the very onset of the conversation helped make that price drop conversation a little easier. So I kind of took that away from it, that the rapport that I had with him really, really did help. It was instrumental in him agreeing with the things that I was mentioning and the things that we found through our walkthroughs.
Yep. And you had ammo, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, the ammo helped. So he even agreed that a while back, he actually had the same problem with the buyers mentioned about the flooding or the potential for flooding in the basements. And he did have issues with that in the past. So again, just helped.
Dude, if you don't mind, I'd like to share actually a learning idea that I just learned right now as we were talking.
Go for it.
Which is having belief and knowing your numbers, right? Because the ammos that we had on this was that it's a 2-house and a lot. One of them needed a roof, and then the other one had they needed to do something with a basement, right? And so the roof alone is $8,000. Let's say 5, right? So knowing that, we all know that. So if you know that, And yet, and maybe Hector, maybe you don't feel this way, and I apologize if I'm assuming that you did. But a lot of times when we're going for the price drop, especially if it's our first couple, because I felt this way when I did the first couple of price drops myself, in my mind, I'm going, man, I promised them 30. Now I'm asking for a $10,000 price drop. And you just have this feeling in your stomach. You're just like, fuck, I don't know if I'm going to get it.
Mhm.
Right? Like you're putting your wallet in their pocket. Because in your mind, you're going, by the way, I keep saying in your mind, like, I'm not pointing you out, Hector. I'm talking about
No,
me.
no, I agree with you. So
Well,
you're
like
good.
anyone who's just starting here is like, we're putting our pocket in their wallet thinking $10,000 is a huge drop. But at the end of the day, $8,000, $5,000 minimum for the roof. So we're literally just leaving anywhere from 2 to 5,000 just to do the other rehab,
Hmm.
right? And so even yesterday, Hector, when we were collaborating about this, right, I was saying go for 20, but now I'm thinking, I'm like, why the heck did I tell Hector to go for 20? I should have told him to go for 18 or 17 because
Yeah.
the roof itself is $8,000. So I got to give myself another 5 to fix the rest. So what's 20 minus 30 minus 13? Is 17.
Hmm.
We should have gone for 17 and then move our way up to 20 if we have to.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know,
That's,
so that's a mistake that I made yesterday when I was talking to you, Hector. So
mhm.
even though I've been doing price drops, I still made that mistake. So I just wanted to point that out for anyone that's listening.
Yeah, and I agree with you. And I think that's kind of the realization that I came to when after he hung up, and I was like, man, I should have just approached it a little differently with regards to, hey, what's the best you can do for us still covering everything, and with the additionals of what we found that we need to be repaired, what's the best number that you think you can do? And maybe he would have said 15, and then or you would have said 16 or 18, whatever.
Yep.
And then worked our way up to the 20, and then we could have still agreed upon that number if that's where our top number needed to be. So yeah, no, I agree with you. I think that's the lesson that I definitely took away from. It's like, hey, let's approach it with that regard, just to see what they would say and have them drop that price anchor again.
Yeah.
And it might be better to us to work up from there.
Yeah. Or another way of looking at it is instead of asking what's the best they can do, you can also go, if you're going for 20, just subtract 5,000 or 3,000 and then work your way up to 20 anyway. Like
Mhm.
if that's your end goal. I mean, think about it. If you're the one that's selling the house, if your end goal is 20, you're never going to tell the other guy your bottom number is 20. You're
Yeah.
going to say the bottom number is 28 so that you have 8,000 to move down to 20, right?
Right.
Same thing the other way. So all I'm saying is I should have done that when I was talking to you yesterday. Be like, no, go for 15 to 17, and then worst case scenario, work your way up to 20, and then that's where we shut off the spigot.
Yeah. 100%. I think. Yeah, I agree.
Made that mistake yesterday. Darn it.
And I think what I like about wholesale a lot, or at least RJ's model with like the simplicity, is you could have a bad week, then just take the weekend to recover or maybe implement some new ideas. And that Monday, you can actually implement it and change. Like you can't really do that in business, like any businesses really. Like with this wholesale business, you're fucking up contract calls. Well, over the weekend, figure it out, and come Monday, you'll probably do a lot better.
Yep.
Let me see what else I got. So I bought 2 leads. They both replied, so that's good. Maybe I'll turn it on again to buy one more. Okay, contact made, check. Contact made, check. I was looking up counties yesterday, like Georgia and Ohio, and trying to access the county records to pull data.
Mm-hmm.
Florida is so easy. Like they make it so easy. Like whoever's their software engineers, like to actually make the website, it's so easy to pull the data. But we keep thinking like Florida is probably too hot. Even if we pull the data and found a motivated seller, they probably just go on market because it's such a hot market. Tampa, you don't really need a wholesaler. So, we're looking at the second tier markets to maybe pull that data. Ohio, North Carolina, like maybe Tennessee. It's hard to get into the county's records and like navigate them or find one that's as easy as Florida. or Tampa, I guess.
Yeah.
Do you guys have any experience with like what counties are easy to pull data that you found? If you guys pull data at all?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I pull data from here in different counties in Texas, and it's some are definitely easier than others, even here. I
Mhm.
have tried in other states, and yeah, I agree. Some are much harder. Like I had a property in Indiana, not Indiana, but no, yeah, well, it's Indiana, kind of rural, so it was kind of hard to try to pull data for that one. And I had to go around many different routes, but so it was a little difficult, but I was able to. But yeah, I found that to be the case even here in Texas, in some of the counties, just varying differences of how they um,
How they
have the
present the
data.
data? Huh?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, because I know Harris County. That was the first one I actually found a good county to pull. Harris County, you pull evictions. It's so easy. Like you
Mhm.
just go on Harris County. I don't even think you need a username. You log in and you search cases by dates, and you just Control F evictions, and you could just highlight them. Florida's kind of like that too, but then you go to like Missouri, which is a good market, but you have to go to the county, actually walk into the county's office to get that data. So I'm like, Missouri's a good market, but it's hard to get that data because
Mhm.
their laws or how they set up their records, it's difficult.
Yeah.
Let me see here. Let me see if I should turn on the leads again. Okay. Oh, she texted back. That's a long text. How much are you looking to get, and how come you want to sell? We are considering a move. The home is in a highly desirable area of town. We are they are mid bathroom remodel and one bathroom, but it is close to 400 square feet, 4,000 square feet, 6 bed, 4.5 bath, on 3 lots, on a workspace, shed, hot tub. Okay, how much do they want? I was just curious about what an offer would be based upon market analysis. Bedrooms, we should be able to list it for about $1 million. Oh yeah, let me see. I think ARV was 700. Okay. Let me see. Let me check in. Yeah, I'll get to her later.
All right. I've got a seller call me. Let's do this.
Nice. Let me go on mute real quick. Let me go ask Kathy something.
Yep. Morning, this is Caesar.
Hi, my first name is Nabung, last name is Powell. I was texting someone from this number.
Yep, that's me.
Okay.
How you doing?
How's it going?
I'm doing great, man. I'm
okay.
good. Did you say your name, Nafahu? Did I say that correctly?
I guess you can call me Chief. It's easier. That's what it means in English translation.
What is it?
Chief.
Chief. All right, Chief. I love it. That's much easier. That's awesome, man. Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, looks like you're looking to sell your property out in Hamilton.
Yes.
Wonderful. How much are you looking to get for it?
Well, I spoke with my mother about a few days ago. We're thinking at least no less than 100,000.
No less than 100,000. Okay, great. Can you tell me a little bit about what you got going on over there?
Well, I know it needs some work. Needs some TLC, definitely. A lot of TLC.
All right.
Exteriorly and exteriorly looks rough. I know that's gonna be a little more to fix. Interiorly, I don't know, not so bad. In my opinion, I'd say the walls need stucco. These walls inside the house, they're from an era where drywalling wasn't a thing. It was more cement lead based drywall. And then a lot of, like, I guess, not really punch holes through the wall, but you can tell they've been punched here and there. I have couple brothers, they have mental illness, so when they get into their episode, they punch and break things. Got plenty of windows to prove that as well. The back deck was okay, but I think the first couple of years living here, he had a dead tree. He was about 15 years old, dead. So me and my cousin, my brother Frank cut that down, but we're trying to lean it to where it fell on the fence, because we fixed the fence easier. Cheaper. It didn't go as planned, so it fell on the deck. There's kind of like a hole.
Okay.
Almost big enough to fit a human head in there, but it's not quite. It's got some patchwork done, just never really finished. Overall, I've been living here 20 plus years, just having the money to do this and that just never came to fruition. And I don't know, I'm just cities on my butt, wanted to get all situated there, and I'm trying to get people out here. It's just me and my mother are financially unstable. I don't work anymore due to my physical disability. My mother gets hers from her early retirement, so it's really not much. So just trying to get people to fix it. It's been not so much in our favor because credit is bad. It's just no one really takes payment, and none of what payment we're offering monthly. I think we did find a couple, but they weren't doing monthly. They were only doing like weekly. One was doing bi-weekly, but that was just something we couldn't do.
Yeah.
Either the backyard used to have a shed, but that was old, decrepit, so we tore that down, had that removed. On the property, buried animals. I think I had 2 or 3 cats buried. No, 2 cats buried. I had my dog. I just recently buried him about a month or 2 ago. They're in the backyard property. My neighbor, even before this neighbor has moved in, her name's Beth, by the way. She bought her house for $100,000, but besides that, the neighbor before her, before he passed away, before he had moved first, and but before he moved and passed away, he was still living in that residence next door to me on the right side of the house. If you're looking at my house, it'll be to the left. But anyways, I've been trying to ask him when he lived there to get a hold of his landlord, which was a slumlord, wasn't doing nothing to help out the situation. He had 2 slumlords. In fact, I've been trying to get them to cut that tree down in the backyard, or at least cut the limbs off.
Yeah,
that has a real bad overnight. It's real bad. It looks to the point your eyeball. It looks like one good windstorm can knock that thing down.
got it.
But sorry if I'm rambling on.
No, dude, this is don't apologize at all. This is actually great. Just it helps me get a better idea on what's going on and the condition of the property. So please keep going because it's helping me out.
Okay. And the exterior, I'll finish the exterior. The exterior needs deck work for the roof, the walkway roof. Wood and shingles, definitely all the gutter system around the house needs to be actually replaced, not repaired, but replaced.
Okay.
The fence on the front can be black. It's an iron fence. Those old school iron fences. And then the rest of the property has, the old chain link fence wrapped around it. Now, the backyard, too, there was an additional chain link fence. It wasn't part of the property when we bought it. See what was blocking that gaping back area going to the neighbor's backyard was actually the shed, but when we tore that shed down, I had to replace that area with a chain link segmented fence piece because, I have dogs, the 2 dogs that are still living. I didn't want them running out and scaring the neighbors, so I got that situated. So that's the only addition to the house that I was able to actually get. That is some of the fence is actually tensile strength with steel wiring, but there's still some work on the fencing as well. The steps coming up from the fence in the front needs some cement work. Not too much, just, to the point where, someone not knowing and not knowing living in the house or too long, they could actually slip, fall, break their ankle, whatnot. The inside, with the walls, the majority of the walls in the house, definitely some work.
Hey, Chief, I can barely hear you. Okay. There you go.
Oh, okay. Yeah, definitely some of the house, some of the walls in the house definitely need some work, drywall wise. Bathroom upstairs was working at one point, but it was kind of jimmy rigged by, I guess, I don't know, whoever, Mr. Because when we bought the house for Mr. Gardner, everything seemed fine, but there was some stuff, along the years, there's some stuff that were actually jimmy rigged and just, hillbilly styled up. So me and my cousin tried to actually fix it better, but let's see. Windows upstairs, the majority of them are broken. Let's see. The kitchen area where the sink is, that whole sink area needs to be replaced.
Mm-hmm.
The counters just has really bad water rot, wood rot on it. Downstairs in the basement, it looks like a basement. There's really nothing. It's not really one of those living basements. It's just your old typical basement, non-living wise. Everything okay. When we recently had a water heater replaced, the central heating, it's an old boiler system. That was jimmy rigged the hell up.
Yeah.
Right now. So that actually has stopped working for a while too. What I think the last time it did work was in 2014, 2015.
Mm-hmm.
And just trying to maintain it and get it better, trying to get money to that fix it was just, not really, wasn't really able to do it. So, some of the windows downstairs in the dining room, I think one of them needs replaced. I think kitchen windows need replaced, kitchen door window needs replaced, kitchen screen door window needs replaced, with screen in a window. The back fence, the back walkway, it's still there, but it needs to have a better foundation for it. It's like literally it's not hanging on to anything. I just keep it there so the dogs don't run it down. The only time I actually open it, lift it off, is when I bring up the lawnmower to keep up the maintenance. But even that's becoming somewhat of a work for me. I've been trying to do what I have to do, but it's been physically demanding on me, so I'm not able to do it anymore.
Got it.
Just had to talk with my mother, and it was my idea at first, but I didn't work it out until she did, and I was like, Mom, I was thinking the same thing too.
Yeah.
Because it's hard for me to go up these stairs, and our only working shower is in the basement, so I am upstairs. That's 2 flights of stairs. I got to go down and up every time. So
So you guys currently live there, right?
Yes. I
Okay.
currently live here.
Got it.
My name on the property. But if you ever want to see it in person to have any, fill up any more uses, I didn't add. I don't know. I think I added all the major stuff. But if you see something that could help out or whatnot, feel free. Just let me know a date and time. It's good. I can do any time, late afternoon or early evening. That's fine. But they submit and they kind of knock me out to like around 11, 12. That's why I'm asking if you want to do that. Fine.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, we can definitely send some folks out there when it comes to that, when we get to that, Rich. But a couple of quick questions for you, if you don't mind. You mentioned that you guys were trying to fix this yourselves, and you had like people, if
we
you
had
were
a lot of people come.
So question for you, and I ask this to everyone that I talk to. At the end of the day, when we do buy properties, obviously we buy it as an investment where we can modernize it and either get it rent ready or put it on the market for maximum value, right? And so,
Yeah. Oh yeah.
and I'm sure that's something that you guys were trying to do. Like what's the
Yeah, pretty much.
what's
I mean, at least sell it, after fixing it, at least the majority of it,
yeah.
That was our goal, was to knock out the roof, knock out the gutters, knock out the windows, and presto, sell it as is, everything's good to
Yeah.
go. But, yeah,
Do a full
it's
gut
over
there.
the years.
Got it.
Yeah.
So let me ask you this: when you guys were looking into that, like, how much is all that going to cost to get that place modernized? How much do you think it would run?
Honestly, the quotes we were getting, at least 30,000.
30,000 to knock off the roof and everything that you mentioned?
Yeah.
It's what's the square footage on that house again? And it's 3-bedroom, 1-bathroom, right?
I believe we converted it into a 4-bedroom, but I think originally it was a 3-bedroom.
Okay. And the square footage?
I'm looking it up right now. I don't remember off the top of my head. Sorry.
No worries. I mean, online it's showing 1,458 square feet. I always like to ask, just because sometimes the websites are wrong, so I always like to ask the owners. You know what I mean? But does that sound about right?
Yeah, at one point it was listed, if memory serves correct, it was listed as a 4-bedroom, 2.5 bathroom. But yeah, it's kind of weird how they changed it up on me.
Okay.
But yeah, it was originally a 4-bedroom. We converted it into a 5-bedroom.
So what's the bed and bath count now? Because online it still says 3-1.
Say again?
Oh, it's 4-2 actually. So 2 different sites. One says 4-2, the other one says 3-1. So what is it actually?
It is actually 4, 2.5.
4, 2.5. Okay, got it. Okay. Now the other question I always like to ask everyone, just because you're local there, I mean, once we do fix it and modernize it, like, how much do you think that property? How much do you think we can sell it for?
Honestly, you guys should probably get close to, like, I don't know. Like I said, if I had the money to do it, if I had the people to go about it, I'd sell it for at least close to 300,000.
300,000.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
There's a house down the street that was gutted. That's only a 1-story. Yeah, it has a basement. It's a 1-story. Yeah, they gutted it from the outside in. They sold it for nearly $1 million. My neighbor sold hers for almost 200,000. Or not. She bought it for almost 200,000. But yeah, it's kind of weird because all that guy did was do the exterior paint. The roof was already good. The gutters were already good. Yeah, and he just replaced the flooring, painted it on the inside, changed the windows. I was able to sell it for more than what it was normally priced out to sell it for. Who knew? Slapping some mirror windows and a fresh coat of paint.
Yeah.
New carpet would be almost 100 more thousand.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta get a job in that area. Selling houses and flipping them.
Absolutely.
Stuff, yeah.
Okay. Cool, man. And then I know you said you and your mom live there, and you guys are needing.
Yeah, me, my mother, my 2 brothers, and my sister, and my 2 dogs, and my cat.
Love it. You got a full house there. So what's the ideal solution for you guys? What's the ideal time frame for you guys if we were to make a deal here?
I did that right now. As we speak, I'd have to talk to my mother, but she's in no rush. I'm in no rush, but let me talk to her. I'll let her know I have an investor willing, and what she wants to do, because I really don't make any plans without her word too on it too. She's not just my mother, but definitely my partner and make decisions like that. So let me ask her, and I can text you or call you either today or tomorrow, and let you know our final
Yeah.
what's going on.
Well, let me ask you a question. Since you do have to ask your mom, and she's the final decision maker here, would it make sense for us to schedule a call and chat with your mom, with you and your mom at the same time, so that way I can explain everything?
Yeah, no. Yeah, of course. That's actually like more helpful than anything.
Yeah, because I mean, I would love because I am interested. I think there's an opportunity here. But the last thing I want to do is waste both of your guys' time where I'm talking to you and then you have to talk to her and then you have to come back to me. So why don't we do this? What's a good time for all three of us to hop on a call today?
Today, not entirely sure. Let me myself downstairs. I can talk to her right now, or I can call you in a little bit to let you know.
Yeah, I mean, if you and your mom are free now, I mean, I'd be more than happy to just continue the conversation for another 10, 15 minutes and love to chat with y'all.
Okay. Hold on. Let me go see if she's available.
Yeah, let me know. And if we have to schedule, we can do that too. I don't like making offers when the decision maker's not there, you know?
Oh yeah, at least he'll let you know that right up the back before you actually finish it.
Yeah. But that's okay.
Somebody asked, well, a whole bunch of people have asked me, am I interested in selling? And initially I said no, but then I thought maybe it's a...
Mm-hmm. Is this a rental property? And do you currently have it rented out right now, that property?
There's two rentals, townhouses, 3 bedrooms, 1.5 baths. I don't know if you're familiar with the area or not.
Mm-hmm.
But you're a couple blocks away from the water. Wilmington is talking again. They've talked about it before. And that was back during the recent depression.
Mm-hmm.
Redoing the waterfront, and I would expect that these properties would increase in value if they ever do that. I don't know if they're going to or not, because maybe you believe in cities, but politics usually gets in the way.
Mm-hmm. And you said it was a 3-bedroom, 1.5 bath. Is it? I see 925 square foot. Is that accurate?
I'm sorry, did you hear the last part?
Yeah, the square footage on the property. You said it was 3-bed, 1.5 bath. How many square foot?
Not sure, but little over 1,000. I think 1,050. I'm not sure.
Okay. So let's see, 3-bedroom.
The property manager takes care of everything. I don't have much to do with the property.
No worries. Do you know how much you're collecting in rents over there for that property?
Yeah, $900 a month, which is, it should be higher.
Let's see here.
Right now, we've been talking to my property manager, and we're considering, upgrading them. We upgraded one about 3 years ago, probably to make them a little nicer, see if there's some flooring, paint, stuff like that. But I understand for my property manager
Mm-hmm.
that the kitchen,
Is that what needs to be like fixed, the kitchen in it? Like, if I bought this property, what would I have to do to it?
I don't know if you have to do anything, but
Mm-hmm.
I think if I were the investor and I've looked at this, that I would probably put a little lipstick on, make sure they're perfect, and then resell them or rent them.
Mm-hmm.
Current is closer to 1,200 for a similar property.
That's pretty good for rent. The area so you're saying the area is going for about 1,200?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
that's my property manager manages a bunch of properties in that area, so I would expect that he knows pretty well, certainly more than I do, what they're worth and what the amount of rent is appropriate and that people will pay without asking too much that people aren't interested.
That makes sense. How are the tenants? Are they good renters that you know of, or have they been?
The tenants is very good. I have one became vacant now because, unfortunately, she died.
Oh no.
So my plan was to fix up that one, make it look nice, and then re-rent it for 1,200.
Mm-hmm.
The other one, what we've done before a while back is that we've fixed them up and then increased the rent, and the people, with everything looking nice, they were pretty happy with that.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where we are at the present time. Had offers. I guess the best offer was 116. I think that's a little low, but I'm willing to talk about it if somebody's really interested.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people will give you half what they're worth. We can flip them and make money. I understand that, but I'm not interested in that.
Mm-hmm.
Half people make money on their investment, but
No, that makes sense. And I'm looking at that area. There's a lot of similar properties, with a similar square footage.
Yeah.
I see a bunch of like 1,100 square foot properties over there, and they've sold for 160, 135, 116, 115, 108, and it just keeps going down. So I'm thinking, if I put money into this property, you said it doesn't need much work, but I think at the top dollar, this property could be worth probably like let me see. I see another comp. Let me see here. Probably around like 120, 135, all fixed up.
Oh, I would think that I don't know. I'm not there. But the property manager thinks that if we fix them up a little bit, on a lot, that they could get 135, and then if we list them, we may end up when all is said and done at 125. So that's about what I know.
Mm-hmm. No, yeah, I agree. Like on the market, this property could sell for 130. So, if that's the price I want to achieve, if I buy the property, whether I flip it or just the value of it after I put some money into it, with an ARV of 130, I'm paying the closing costs, so you don't have to pay that. There's no real estate agent commissions, but I'm also going to put probably about 15K in the property to fix it all up. So, if I even gave you 120, I lose money. So I'm thinking I have to be a lot lower if you're going to sell this to an investor as is. If not, on market, you might be able to get 120 or 130 minus agent commissions, and it just depends on where you need to be. But based on that area and rehab costs, like I would be a lot lower than what you're looking for.
Yeah, I don't know what your expectations are and what you want to do. Had one group that thought they would, make it really nice, put about 12, 15,000 the most into them, and they expected to get about 180 or 185 from them. So I'm not there, what the property manager and the property manager has a bunch of in that also help like that's the information I have.
No, I totally understand, because I do see a property right by you. It's a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, about 1,100 square foot. They did end up selling that one last 2 months for $220, but if you look on the inside, it is tricked out. It's got brand new countertops. It's got nice floor, some nice like they put a lot of money into this property. But other than that comp, I do see some comps for like 160. But I think for what I want to do to this property, just to turn into a rental, I'm thinking, yeah, it's hard to get over 160 over there, unless you put a lot of money into the rehab and, update everything. Let's see here. And you said it was just, it's not a duplex, right? Just a single family home, 3-bedroom, 2-bath, right? 3-bedroom, 1.5 bath.
It's 3-bedroom, 1.5 bath, and they're a townhouse, so they're in other houses, part of the whole complex.
And you said the rent in that area is $1,200. Okay, let's see here. I'm just trying to see what makes sense for a cash offer. Yeah, like on market, I think you could get, like I said, 130 with a real estate agent, without putting any money in the property, maybe, or maybe depending on how the condition is on the inside. Let me see here. Let me see. Yeah, I'd be around. Let me see where I would be for this deal to make sense for me. Let me see here. I got closing costs. I got holding costs, light repairs. Let me see.
Because at the end of the day, like, I'm in the market to sell houses, not to babysit them. You know what I mean? So I want to make sure that, hey, if this one is in the market for 100 days at 195, I'm not going to put my house at 195. I'm going to undercut that guy so that my house is more attractive for buyers, and therefore it will be picked up. You know what I mean? So, okay. So I'm looking at that house. If I fix it up, I can sell it for 180. Okay. Now with 180, as an investor, I have to look at my closing costs when I sell the house, and also have to look at all of my carrying costs that I will accrue from today until I sell the house. Okay. So that's 12% of the 180. So that's actually $21,600 to be exact. So let's just say 21,000. So from 180 minus 21, now I'm at 159. Okay. Now I know you got quote for $30,000. That quote that you have, that's probably how much it would cost if I were to just get it ready. But if I want to make it look like the house on Washington Street that got sold for $195, I'm probably going to put in $50,000 to $65,000 of rehab there. Just the roof alone is $10,000. You know what I mean? So it's hard for me to swallow that it's only going to cost me $15,000 to do everything that you described. Okay. So from 159, I have to back out the 60,000. Right. So that gets me to $100,000 there. Okay. So $100,000 would make sense. If I were to pay you $100,000, I would do all of that and make $0. right? And that wouldn't make any sense for me as an investor. So here's the thing, as far as our business model goes, just like what you said earlier, I'm just like you, man. I'm not trying to get rich off of one deal, but I got to keep the lights on and pay some of my staff, right? And so for me, it's dollar in, dollar out. If I put in $50,000 of rehab, then I need $50,000 of profit just to keep the lights on. Okay. And so for me, if I were to make a deal here, in order for it to make sense, I would have to be in the $40,000, $50,000 range.
You hear that, man? 46,000 for us to make a deal on that sale, or to like that, or something. Okay. Well, I got your number. I'm gonna call you later, but we're still gonna be looking around.
Yeah, absolutely. Now let me ask you guys, if you guys don't mind me asking, the other guys that you have that you said you have an offers on, how quickly are they going to close, and where's the price point that they're offering you guys?
We got for 85 close. Then I have my caseworker for my disability. His wife has colleagues in the real estate business. So wait down for colleagues to hit us up.
Yeah. I mean, I'll be honest with you. If you have an offer at 85,000, man, excuse my language, but I wouldn't be dicking around, and I'll just take that deal because that's a hell of a deal. You know what I mean? Yeah. That's just me being real with you, because when you do the math, man, at 85,000, I'm not making any profit. So if someone's willing to do it at 85, maybe they have their own crew, and you know what I mean? And so if it's a real deal, take it. But I just want to be honest with you guys, the $100,000 is just a little unrealistic because of how much houses are going for sale over there. There's no $200,000, $300,000, $400,000 houses that's being sold in that area.
Yeah. No, they're definitely. You're right. Yeah.
You know.
And I've only seen one house on close to $1 million, and it's not even a freaking T-story. I don't know how many bedrooms it is, but they got it the inside, the outside.
What's the address for that one?
That one. I didn't even look up the address. I just, took a word to mouth.
Man, you're trying to sell me your house. You got to know that address if you want to sell that house to me. You can't be giving me phantom houses for $500,000 or $1 million. But yeah.
I can't quite tell from this distance. I don't kind of want to go over there and be nosy. Look at the address. It looks like a 1071.
1071.
Off of Minster Second.
So is it on Second or Minster?
No, off the Second. Yeah, and I heard it went for 300. Then I heard again it went for 400. I don't know.
Did it get sold?
Real answer, but yeah, small little house. We got it from the inside out. Same foundation.
Yeah, give me the address. I can look it up right now, and I can let you know.
1071. Off of 2nd Street, dude. Come here.
1071 2nd Street.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see what you got, brother. All right, I'm gonna put this up. All right, I'm gonna look it up right now for you.
Come here, come on, come, baby. Come on, guys.
It's South 2nd Street, right?
Yeah. Jesse, come here.
When did this get sold, you said?
I think it was earlier last year. Earlier last year or late last year or mid last year.
Yeah, well, I'm seeing it on here, man. It got sold for 90,000, 93,000. So I don't know if they resold that, but it's not showing anywhere online, and I'm looking in the county as well. So,
Okay.
I mean, I can only go based on what I'm seeing. You know what I mean? And I'm looking at county records. So yeah, man. I mean, you guys got my offer. Like I said, we can close quick. We'll pay all the closing costs. We can be your easy button. But in order for us to make sense on our end, yeah. Hello.
Oh, sorry. the call kind of dropped there.
No worries. But yeah, man. You guys got my offer. I'm ready to close on this, but we do need to be in like the 40 range in order for this to make sense.
Yeah. Dude, come on. Let's go. Are you going to go use the restroom or what? I'm going to stay down here. You guys can go use the restroom. Sorry, my dogs. They don't like the thunderstorm or rain, so I have to stay with them outside even longer.
No worries.
But yeah, yeah, definitely. And thank you for being patient with me and taking the time. And but yeah, this isn't our first rodeo. We've been through this in the past too, trying to actually sell it, but that was more of a short term.
Yeah,
because we wanted to actually agree upon moving back to California, and I wanted to stay because I was still working here, and I just didn't want to give up, what I had. I guess just being stubborn on this house.
Yeah.
Definitely. I'm back to wanting to sell it again. And
I gotcha. What part of California are you guys going back to?
Wherever my brother is. He's back in the Bay Area.
Oh, nice. That's where I'm from.
Not San Francisco, freaking
Oakland.
What was it called? San Mateo.
San Mateo. That's where I'm from, bro. San Mateo.
Hey, awesome.
Let's go.
Yeah, because my uncle, not my uncle, but my grandma, when they moved back here from the islands, they bought their first house here. Back then the prices, were a lot for those times. But how much his house sold after it got fixed up from the outside in, sold for almost close to $1 million. I think they were able to sell it for almost, close to $800,000 to $900,000 something dollars.
Wow.
And then my family, my uncle's family, and my cousins, God, when they heard that, man, they fucking jumped right on it, man. They were greedy, leech-sucking piranhas, man. They kicked my auntie out of her own damn house that my grandma had given to her, and my grandpa had given that house to my Uncle Gus. They didn't give a fuck. They saw money. They saw dollar bills. I guess everyone gets a little alert by when they see that or hear that. But anyway, they kicked her ass out. But then I heard another thing where she's back there, my brother's back there, his wife's back there, his kids, their kids are back there. So it got renovated from the inside out. It's livable.
Yeah. Well, Chief, Chief, if you want, man, since you guys live there, do me a favor, bro. Can you send me pictures of the property, 2 angles per room, and the outside as well? And the only reason I'm saying that is because, like I said, my offer is based on the rehab costs, just based on what you told me. So pictures just help me see it better. And hey, man, maybe I overestimated. If I overestimate, I don't mind changing my number. But if it's exactly what I think it is, then obviously I'll stick with it. So if you can send me those pictures, I can take a look at it, and then I can let you know.
Gotcha. Okay.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Cool, man.
Number.
Absolutely. So just remember 2 angles per room, and zoomed out. Don't zoom in on anything because I can always zoom in.
Okay. 2 angles per room. Don't zoom in. Each room. And I'll try to get as best exteriorly as I can as well. It used to have a shed, like I said, but it doesn't. So I'll take a picture of the backyard.
Yep. Just take exactly. Just take a picture of everything at the outside, foreside. I mean, you said sidings need to be fixed, so send those over. Take a picture of the roof. You don't have to get on a ladder, but just point them up there so I can see at least how old it is. You know what I mean? Get an idea, and then I can get a better idea on the rehab costs. All right.
Okay. Thank you so much.
All right, brother. All right, I'll talk to you later, man.
All right. See you.
Bye. Sorry, guys, that was a lengthy one.
No, he was definitely a talker. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, dude, he was telling me that house got sold for $500,000. I'm like, bro,
Come on, bro.
it got sold for 90,000. Hey, but I did walk all the way across the street though.
Yeah, that's pretty
You
good.
see that? You walked across the street to get the address.
He did. He actually went over there to verify. Like, that's pretty good.
Yeah, I was like, man, you selling me the house? I'm like, give me the
Yeah.
right information.
That's awesome.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I've been trying to follow up on some old leads and just see people that haven't been answering, see if they answer, just
Yeah.
not answering at all.
Yeah, I mean, based on the way he described it, sounds like a full rehab. So I'm clocking it at like $50,000-$60,000 of rehab. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But if I can run it at 30, I don't have to go 40. I can go like 70, 80,000 bucks. You know what I mean?
Right.
And that's why sometimes I like using that to get those pictures. It's like, hey, I'm at 50 for my rehab. Your quote says 30. Send me over some pictures. Maybe I'm wrong. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then let them know that, because when you let them know that, like, their guards come down. You know what I mean? They're like, oh, okay, like this guy's actually willing to fall on his sword.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right. Yeah, and it's not the final number, right? So it's they can see that you're willing to negotiate with them and understand their position.
Yeah, I just texted him. I was like, bro, you got to sell to me now. I'm from San Mateo.
Yeah, exactly. Come on, we're from the same hood. Where are we going?
Same hood, man. Let's go. Hook it up.
That's
All right.
awesome.
So I just need to save this. I need to save this one, this comp calculator, so I don't have to do it again later.
Yeah, that call. My guy would definitely wanted way overpriced. So I think you chimed in and I jumped off, which was better. It sounded like you probably had a better call than I did, or at least going in that direction. Let's see here. So my guy was trying to sell a property. It's funny because a lot of the properties around his area that are like townhomes, kind of like row houses. He said, oh, if I listed this with a realtor, a lot of them say I could get probably 130, 135. I'm like, yeah, maybe. Then I looked at all the properties that listed on the market. They started at like 130, but they sold for like 80, like all of them.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, you could get that, but I'm seeing these comps, like they start at 130 because an agent thinks they could get that much, but then, they end up selling for 80.
Yep.
What did that other guy? I was comping with Kathy. Was that a good convo?
He wanted 100,000 for it, and so I just called him because he was like, "Oh, this house got sold for this," and I'm like, "Bro, what's the address?" So I had him walk across the street to get the address, and then I looked it up on PropStream. I'm like, "Dude, it got sold for 90,000. It didn't get." He's like, "Oh, it almost got sold for like $500,000 or close to $1 million."
Oh my god!
I'm like, no, it didn't. It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, it's funny when like, well, this house sold for so much. Then you're like, well, that one's like 3 miles away, buddy. Like that one's on the beach. Like that one has a pinball machine.
I did. I don't know if you guys, one of my first videos, I had talked to this guy who has a land in Malibu. He's selling it for like 900,000. And he's like, you haven't been doing this for a while, huh? You don't sound like you haven't been doing this for a while. I'm like, okay, buddy. And then I was like, hey, man, I was like, if it's such a good deal, I'm like, why don't you just finish it? I'm like, did you guys run out of money or something? And then he blows off. He goes, what? He goes, I'm a multi-billionaire. I don't need money. And I'm like, oh, well, if you're a billionaire, you got the money and the connection. Why haven't you moved this property?
Yeah.
And so I just kept slamming him. And then he sent me the portfolio package, not portfolio package, but the package with all the comps.
Mhm.
And so I called him yesterday. I was like, yeah, I'm like, we need to be at 450 on this one. And he's like, goodbye. I'm like, okay.
Oh my God.
And then I
That's
texted, I
cool.
was like, hey, if you're ready to move, I was like, by the way, every investor in Malibu have seen your property. No one's buying it at 900.
Yeah. And you got to mention,
Which is true because I actually did a little bit of homework there and I called a few guys and guys were like, oh yeah, we know that property. Like that's not going to move at that price point. I'm like, okay, cool.
yeah, I don't know if it was RJ's video I was listening to yesterday, but it's like, well, I had offers, or it's like I had offers last year at like 500K. It's like, yeah, well, 500K last year, was affordable, but now with these high interest rates, like no one could qualify for that 500K. So, the market's changed. The price you thought you could get back in the day, you can't get that today.
Yep. Exactly. All right, I got one call to make right now. Let me call this guy and see.
Hello?
Hey, Nick. Good afternoon. It's Caesar. How are you?
Good, how you doing?
I'm doing great, man. Sorry, it's been a bit of a hectic, busy day, and I just got off a call right now. Did I catch you at a bad time by any chance? Sounds like you're driving.
Nope, I'm good.
You're good? Okay, cool. Yeah, so it looks like you're looking to sell your property on DeLen Street, right? Out in 43605.
Yeah, possibly, yeah.
Okay, got it. Okay. How much are you looking to get for it?
For around 45.
45. Okay, cool. Can you tell me a little bit what's going on over there?
We have a couple long-term tenants. Let's see, I think one pays $440, the other pays $500.
Okay, so you're getting $940 a month.
Yes, both
Okay.
are 2-bedroom, 1-bath apartments.
Got it. So wait, so the house that you have it's a 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom, you said, or?
What's the duplex? So it's 2-bedroom, 1-bath for each unit.
Oh, okay, cool. Just want to make sure. 2-1. Got it. Okay. And how long have they been living there now?
I think maybe 2.5 years, 3 years ago.
Got it. Okay. And did you remodel it or not remodel it? Did you do some renovation before they moved in or?
Yeah. Some new flooring and some new kitchen cabinets, that sort of thing. Mostly flooring and paint.
Got it. Okay. Well, I mean, sounds like you've got a pretty good mailbox money coming in there every month. Any reason why you're selling it?
Well, I've been doing this for about 20 years. I'm just looking to get rid of a few properties and just have a few left.
Got it. Okay. And are your guys, are your tenants on a month-to-month right now? Or are they on a lease?
Month to month.
Month-to-month. Okay. And then as far as the rent rate, is that market?
It's a little below market. I think most 2 bedrooms in the area probably go for probably around 600, something like that.
600 each?
Yeah.
For 600.
I would say between 550 and 600, I would assume.
Got it. Okay. Well, let me ask you, man, and I always love talking to fellow investors because it makes the conversation so much easier. You know what I mean? Like, what are some of the things, if we were to pick this up, Obviously would do a little bit of remodeling so that we can get that $600 each that you were mentioning. Like, what are some of the things that I would have to do to get that?
What do you mean?
Like, what are some of,
do
like,
for remodeling?
yeah, just a little bit of renovation, just so that I can get the rent to a 600 each. You know what I mean?
Probably just some paint and carpet, something like that would be all. Either one would be.
Okay. Any how old's the roof? How's the foundation? Any of the big ticket items?
Let's see. The vinyl sided, vinyl windows. Roof's probably about 6 or 7 years old when we did that. Furnaces are a little older, probably 15 years old, maybe 20 years old, but they both work fine. So no issues with them. Not sure what else.
Okay. So all the big ticket items are pretty good. So just a lot of cosmetic, you said?
Yep.
And they're all carpeted?
Yeah, just be cosmetic if they were to move. Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're probably looking at what? Maybe $10,000, $15,000 tops for both?
Oh, it'd be less than that. Don't cost that much for property.
Got it. Okay. Now, I usually buy properties like 43610 and above, and then some in 43608. But in that neighborhood, I mean, if we were to like remodel that and get it modernized, how much do you think we can sell that on the market for?
I don't know.
Is it like an $80,000 block or?
It could be, yeah. So it's remodeled. It's possible.
Yeah, possible, right? Okay. That's what I was
The rent
thinking.
for higher, of course.
What was that?
And the rent being higher, of course.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. Okay. Well, let me ask you, man. I mean, if we close on this in 14 days or sooner, we pay all cash, we pay all the closing costs, no realtor fees. You got any wiggle room on that 45, or what's the best that you can do?
No, that 45 is where it's at.
45 is where it's at, huh? Okay.
Yeah.
Would you happen to have any pictures of the property by any chance, the interior?
I have to check. I don't know if I do or not.
Okay.
I'll have to check on that. I might.
Yeah, if you can do that, that would be great. Just, just help me better understand what's going on there. You know what I mean?
Right.
All right. Give me 1 second, man. I'm almost done here. I'm just looking at some of the properties in the area. And I want to make sure that I give you something good. 940, and you said it can go to 1200. So if I do 1100. And the square footage of that place is 2156, right? Or 21, like 2,000 square feet, something like that.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Let's see. Well, my friend, I would love to make a deal with you, but that 45, I just don't think there's enough meat on the bone for it, because it gets me to just 1% on the rent rate. And then if I were to fix it and flip it, which I'll most likely buy and hold it, but even then I just don't have enough. I'm like negative $3,000 on the equity on there. Is there anything that you can do where there's some meat on the bone for me and it makes sense for you, or?
No, it really doesn't make sense to me to lower it anymore.
No, okay.
So,
Yeah, no problem, man. No, I completely understand. And like I promised you yesterday, want to make sure that I don't waste too much of your time. But yeah, like the 45 just won't work.
okay.
All right, brother. You have a good one, okay?
All right.
Thanks, Nick.
Yeah, you too.
Bye.
Oh, they all want retail.
What was that?
I said they all want retail, or
Mhm.
like not somewhere, right?
Yeah. I mean, he's only getting 940 right now.
I got another lead.
Well, for a buy and hold, it might work. Shit.
I need to get better at like running like rental comps. Like cash, I'm pretty good at it now. Like the rental, like I always forget to do it, or I don't know. I'm just not good at the concept yet.
Yeah. I always forget to do the same thing on the calculator. Like, oh, I should try it, see if it works as a rental. I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
I think sometimes it's difficult for me just to see and understand the particular region. Is it the 1% rent rate, or just should I comp it for a little bit less dense population just based on where it's at?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I always forget to do the rent rate, then also change the comping calculator like 1 and 1.
Yeah. Well, don't you guys have both in one page?
No, but I
Yeah.
edited, so I do, but I probably got to download the other version that has both of them now.
Yeah. Well, the first time I saw, I was like, oh crap, because I loved it. I was like, and then I was like, wait, why is there 2 tabs? And I was like, dude, just put it on one. So I just have it all on one tab,
Mm-hmm.
and then I just rearranged the cells, and that way, once I punch it in on this on the flip, it auto populates on the buy and hold.
Oh, how do you do that? I bet I need to do that. Like, instead of having to do it both separately.
Yeah. So like, all I have to do is just like I just have it on. I just copy the profit calculator for the flip, and then I paste it right below for buy and hold, and then I just change the 7 and 5 to 1-1, and then the ARV, the repairs and contract price to seller, you can just go equals D2 or whatever the sell is for the other one.
Gotcha. Okay.
You know what I mean? So in that way, when you punch in 80,000 on one, it's gonna auto populate on the other at 80,000.
Okay. Yeah. Let me see if I can
Yeah.
put that formula there.
Yeah, because then it's always in front of you, you know what I mean? And then you can go, okay, this might work as buy and hold. But even then, like it's negative equity, so it'll be a hard sell.
Oh, that's awesome right there.
What was that?
No, I just updated that. Probably put that formula into the ARV section in my rental, and just that works. That's nice. Saves some time for sure.
Yep.
Equals D4.
Okay, let me call this seller. I turned off the leads, and then one just snuck in. Like, I guess that's a good thing. Let me call this guy.
Let me make notes of this one.
Now, 2-5.
Beep, 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 beep. There we go.
After the tone. After
You guys
have
use it
finished
to
your
try to find
message,
your rent
please
rate.
hang up. Or
So I
if you
use
hear
a
more
couple of things.
options,
Just wonder
please
what you
press
guys
1.
use.
Hey, Zillow. Hello, Lee. This is Brandon Clark. I was calling about your property. I saw you just entered it on my website, or maybe spoke to someone on my team that you're looking to sell. Would love to chat. If you're looking to sell that property, give me a call back, 760-823-8311. Thanks. Hector, I use Zillow. It's just easier.
Okay, so that's the only thing you use. So I've used that one before, but always use like Rentcast or Rental Meter as well, just to see if like if I can get comparisons or
Mhm.
yeah.
I figured like if Zillow has a lot of rents, then that's a good thing. Like that's a healthy market maybe.
Yeah.
But sometimes Zillow doesn't really have rents, so you probably have to dig in a little deeper, huh?
Yeah. So that's why I utilize the other two just to see get a base comparison of what one doesn't give me. I mean, Privy sometimes gives you those rents as well, so it's which is good. So
Totally, yeah.
depending on which one utilizing, just curious what other people are using to try to get those rent rates.
Hmm.
Yeah, we just use PropStream, Zillow, and I think Tom has Rentometer, so I usually just slack him when I'm like, get me a rent rate for this one.
Yeah.
What does Tom do on your team? Is he doing the sales or the dispo too?
The Dispo. This is all the Dispo side.
Oh, nice. Yeah, if he ever wants to jump on you. Hello, Lee.
This is Tracy.
Oh, Tracy. Is Lee your husband?
It's my uncle, but I'm overseeing his property.
Oh, I got you. Okay, cool. Yeah. I was calling about the property. I saw you or him put on my website or talk to someone that you guys are looking to sell. Is that correct?
Yes.
Perfect. How much are you guys looking to get?
Well, his property is, it's about $100,000. So if he can get at least 40 to 50,000 out of it, it'd be great.
Are you saying out of it, you mean like after the mortgage is paid, or you're looking for?
Yeah, after the mortgage. Yeah, after the mortgage is paid.
I gotcha. So, like, if I was going to buy the property, what would be the price that you guys need for me to buy it at?
It would be at 75,000.
Okay. And you guys, let me see. So you guys are looking to get 75,000?
No, actually, yes. I'm gonna say no. Yes, that's what he said.
Okay, cool. Tell me a little bit what you guys got going on.
Say that again.
Tell me a little bit what you guys got going on.
Oh, he's an older gentleman, and he's just trying to downsize and get like a 1-bedroom. He got a whole full house in a nice neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
His wife passed away, and he don't have any kids.
Oh man. Yeah, I talked to a lot of sellers where they're getting a little bit older and the house is kind of too big for them, and they're just looking to downsize. Has he found the property that he's looking to buy, or is that still the next step too?
That's the next step.
Okay, so still looking. Okay.
Yes.
I gotcha. Okay. So tell me a little bit. You told me about why he's looking to sell. How is that property? Is it in good shape, or is it pretty original?
It's reasonable. It's in a like I said, it's in a nice neighborhood. It's an older model home, but it's great. It's a brick ranch style home. Has 3 bedrooms, a bath and a half, kitchen and living room, carport. It's on a little more than, I would say, an acre.
Okay. Yeah, I think I see that too. Let me look real quick.
And just like it's in the city limits.
So you said it's more than an acre?
It's about a little less than an acre, yeah.
Okay. Does he own like the lot next door or anything like that? Because on Zillow, it only says like a 1/4 acre, but it could be wrong information.
Well, it might be a 1/4 acre. I mean, like I said, no, you don't own the house. It's just where the house is located. I
gotcha. Okay, cool. So how does it look on the inside? Like if I bought this property, I usually buy properties, redo the floors, redo the paint, redo the kitchens, and kind of like bring them up to date. The
floors is nice. The floors is great. The walls are great. It's just that, like I said, you probably need just a little touch up in paint wise. Other than that, the plumbing, you have to do a little of the plumbing work or whatever, I guess. That's about it.
I gotcha.
It's livable. The house is livable. It's not worn down. There's no torn. There's no holes in the walls. Nothing like that.
I gotcha. Okay, that's good. All right, so my job right now is I'm just kind of seeing what's going on in that neighborhood as far as if I could come up to that price and, if this is a good purchase for me. Let me see here. And you said that, and the house is about, I think on Zillow, it says about 1,200 square foot. Does that sound about accurate?
Yes.
Okay. So let me see here. So you guys are looking to downsize. Okay, so bear with me. I'm just kind of looking at, what's selling in that neighborhood real quick. Let's see here. Okay, cool. So I'm just throwing some stuff in my calculator to see, if that number works for both of us. Let's see here. Let's see, and is he in a rush to sell? Like, does he need to get out of the property right away, or?
No, it's not in a rush, but it's like if we can do something now, it's fine. If not, we're not in a rush. He's not.
Okay, I gotcha. Okay. And you said pay off a mortgage. How much mortgage does he still have owed on the property?
Probably owe about a little over 60,000.
Okay, so yeah, I see that on here. Let me see here. So 60K left on the mortgage. So it sounds like he's just looking to pay off the mortgage and get like 15 grand in his pocket. Okay. That makes sense. Okay. Let me see here. I'm almost done. Let me see here. So you guys are looking to get 75. The house is about 1,200. So I'm thinking, usually I fix up property. So with this one, I'll probably put like 30 grand into it. If I'm paying for closing costs and there's no agent commissions involved and I'm just buying as is, what's the best price you guys could do for me?
I have to get with him. I can't make that decision. So I have to get with him to make sure that I'm in his ballpark.
Okay.
Again, his name is on the house. I'm just helping him oversee it.
Okay. I gotcha. I think so 75. Okay. I think that could work, if the condition is, doesn't need that much work. I think that number could work for me. Let me see here. I think I have your email. Let me repeat it real quick. Was that yes? Tracy, you still there?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Oh yeah. Was that your email? Did I get that correct? Is that a correct email for you?
Yes.
All right, perfect. So I think that number works for me. If the condition is like you said, it doesn't need much work. Let me see here. So what's going to happen is he available to like look at the agreement if I send it over right now?
No, I have to get with him to let him know exactly your name and who's looking and making sure that he's in agreement, because he could tell me yeah or nay.
Okay, no, that makes sense. Is he? Let me see. I'm assuming he's the only one left on the deed. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so he's the only one. So would it be better to send it to your email or his email? What's best for you guys so I could send the agreement?
Send it to my email.
Okay. So let me make sure I have the right information. Yep, I see first name.
First name is Lee and last name is Lane.
All right, perfect. I just want to make sure I have the right information. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to work on an agreement. I'll send it your way in the next probably 30 minutes. Once you guys look over the documents, it's a quick 2-page agreement. It's basically going to say I'm purchasing the property at this price, which is a 75K. Once you guys sign that, I'm buying as is. So once I get signatures on that and everything looks good to go as far as price, and you guys are, it's okay with that price, I'm going to get with you guys and hopefully send my team out there in a matter of maybe a few days or maybe a week and a half just to confirm the property condition. If the condition looks good, we'll move forward, open up title. That usually takes a few weeks. And then once everything's good with title, then we can move forward and purchase the property, maybe total closing like 3 weeks. I just want to explain the process. If you guys did agree to that 75.
Okay, well, like I said, I'm gonna have to get with him, and you send it, and I give it to him, if he agrees to it.
Okay.
If you tell all your information on it, I'll give you a call back.
Yeah, that sounds good. And as far as closing date, does he need a lot of time? Because typically sellers like, hey, I'm looking to close within 30 days, or hey, Brandon, I need a little bit more time because I have some stuff. I need to find the next house. So does he need more time than 30 days closing?
Probably not, but I'm gonna have to make sure I get with him first.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just put like 30 or 40 business days just to give him some time on the agreement. Then I'll send it over. Then once I do, would tomorrow be a good time to talk, or after
I'll get with you back on about Monday.
my Monday? Okay, cool. Yeah, that works. So I'll send that agreement over. You guys check it out over the weekend, and we could I call back Monday around this time.
Okay.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, Tracy, I'll work on that agreement and I'll send it your way. And once I send it, I'll shoot you a text. Is this a cell phone?
Okay. Yeah.
Perfect, Tracy. I'll send that over. And if you guys have any questions over the weekend, feel free to call me. If not, we'll just touch bases on Monday and see if we can move forward.
Okay.
Thanks, Tracy. Have a great weekend. You guys have a good day.
Mm-hmm.
Bye-bye. All right, cool.
Let's go, buddy.
I
Good
think
shit.
that's a deal. I got ARV at 200, repairs 30K, price to seller 75K with a 56K profit and a 28% profit potential. So the numbers look good.
That's awesome.
I bet I could have gone lower than 75, but like, you see RJ like, yeah, I'll say yes to that price.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, if it makes sense, just close and stay close. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That's what you did.
I wanted to like get her and I wanted to send the contract over the phone.
Yeah.
But sometimes I don't want to push too hard sometimes, and sometimes I should.
Yeah. Well, dude, Brandon, you already know the talk track to it. You've done it many times in the tech world. It's just you just go, hey, I just want to save you a whole lot of time instead of us going back and forth with questions. Let's just quickly go over the contract.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
What I did like, I was like, so you guys are available Monday to like go, like, you know how you used to say, hey, we'll talk on this date. So I made it like, hey, we're going to talk about the contract Monday.
Yeah.
At least added that, where usually I don't, like I'll call you in a few days. I'm like, no, I'm going to call you Monday at this time.
Yep. Exactly.
And that's kind of what you do. And I wanted to like add that at least in there,
Well, dude, I'm sure you did that all the time when you were at Salesforce. Where you at?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, you always close for the next call, right? Next step. So just adding to it.
Oh yeah.
All right, fellas. I gotta get some stuff done for a little bit. If you're still on, I'll hop back on. If not, you fellas have a wonderful weekend.
You too, bro. I'll probably be on for maybe 2 more hours. Let me know. I don't think we have any plans over the weekend. So, if you're over by Petco Park or just this area like Mission Bay or OB, PB, let me know.
Yeah, for sure, man. Totally down. And Hector, good job today, man. And
yeah, appreciate it.
We'll make sure Tom and I bring it home on our side. So
yeah, sounds good.
Cool.
We'll see you guys. We got hop off as well for a little bit.
Awesome, Hector. Yeah, I'll be on for a little bit if you want to stick around or don't.
Yeah, I'll hop back on. I gotta go take care of a couple of things real quick.
Oh yeah, bro. I'll be on for like 2 hours probably.
Sounds good.
Sweet. So this is a property. So it's in North Carolina, so that's good. So
Where is that link from?
Speedily, it came in
Okay.
after we canceled or paused it, but that's fine. So At first I was like, what are you talking? Like she says, I'm looking for like 50K or something like that. I was like that's too low. I was like, you mean like after your mortgage? And then they said, no, 75, like all in.
Okay.
So I was like, okay, like it was kind of confusing call. But this is the numbers I got. So pretty in that area, you got 200s, easy 200s, 225. You got twos across the street. So twos, I think twos all around, right?
Yeah.
200K RV repairs. She said, house is in good shape.
Why do you want 75 then?
I don't know. Looking at downsize.
Okay.
His wife passed. They're still looking for the next property. They have 60K on their mortgage. So I was like, so you're looking for 60K to pay off your mortgage and 15K to like in pocket? And she's like, yep. That's 75K total.
Did you sign a contract?
I was like, well, she's selling it for him. He's older. So I was like, I could work on the agreement. Like, are you free right now? I could send the contract over now. She's like, oh, no, I need to get with him and we're going to talk about it. I was like, okay, well, I'm going to work on the agreement. I'll send it over. Then should I call you tomorrow? She's like, no, we're going to think about it over the weekend. I was like, okay, that's fine. When can you talk? She's like, call me Monday. I was like, okay, we'll set an appointment to talk about the contract on Monday.
Okay.
So I wanted to send the contract, but I also don't want to like push her too hard. But the numbers look good, right?
Yeah, I mean,
I feel like why is it so cheap?
is
Maybe-
that their house?
Yeah.
Like, go on Prom Street, is that their house? Like, are we talking about the same property?
Make sure. Something Drive. Yep.
Does the owner's name match?
Yep.
So it is their house.
Yeah, it is their house.
That house.
And it is a mortgage. He said 60K, so that's about 60K.
I mean, even though you put like 60K repair is still a deal.
Still a deal, yeah. Like 56K a profit for 30K worth of repairs. And I just did on my like she said, it looks good, we just need to leave.
Okay.
I feel like it's too good to be true, but you never know, right?
Remember the son wants to sell his mom's house and he was only 150.
Oh, then now he's like 300. I'm like, that's not a deal now.
Yeah.
It was a deal. It was an awesome deal at 150, but at 300.
Maybe they just throw a number like they don't even know, and then they will talk about it together, and then they
Yeah.
realize it's not. I don't know.
So based on that, do you think the numbers look good?
Yeah, I mean that's a deal, but I just don't know if it will be the same.
Yeah, let me put it into needs contract.
You want to try to work on the contract?
Sure. Oh yeah, let's see here. Okay, so I'm gonna work on that contract. Let me know if you guys have any questions. I don't have any more leads to call. So yeah, if you guys have any questions or you want to make some calls, I'll drop the link in the chat. If you guys want to jump up here and make some calls like the rest of the guys and gals. Okay, so I'm just going in and putting all the notes. So Tracy was
Yeah.
so Tracy is helping her uncle.
Once
So-
we're done with the contract, we can come together to look at it
Yeah.
before you send.
Oh, there's Sammy. What's up, bro?
But I heard your call, man.
Thank you, man.
I heard you and Caesar. I was trying to jump in early, but I had to take care of a few things.
Mhm.
And then everybody dipped out. I was like, all right, I'm jumping in.
You're nice. You're like, my turn now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I felt like that price was too good to be true, but I was like,
I was
still wanna,
figuring that.
like-
I was like, he's not negotiating. I was like, it's got to be a good deal. It's like, he's
Yeah.
all right, I'm ready.
and I didn't want to just like, okay, what's your email? Like, because then RJ says sometimes if it's too fast, like it kind of spooks the seller. So I was like, yeah, like, I try to go for like, what's the best price he could do for me? Because I already know it was a good price. I just wanted to add a little bit in there and pretend I was negotiating,
Right. Yeah, no,
Well,
I
it
mean,
seems too good to be true, but you never know. Like this is a grand slam.
yeah, and it sucks that she's got, she's not the, the primary. Like she's got to go through somebody, so you got to wait and just pray that this works out, right?
Yeah, and it sounded like he was in the same room or something because he's like, yeah, mortgage 60K, 15K in pocket. So at least they're in the same room. So that was good. I should have said, like, RG would have said, hey, get him on the phone.
Yeah. Yeah, that would have been perfect. I believe you tried though. Are you right? Didn't you ask if he
Yeah.
was around or something or available?
I was like, hey, is he a free, I can work on the agreement now? I'm like, no, like we're taking our time. I'm like, okay, cool. Like, I don't really want to push old people.
Yeah, no, definitely.
They get spooked.
Yeah, let them sit on that. You send them over their agreement, and then then you bother them after that.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of, I have somebody out here that she's old and she needs help. Like this is my second one that I've had to struggle with because they need help reading the contract. Like they just don't want to sign it. They want to review it, and I'm like, well, what do you want me to do? And it's really tough. So I'm dealing with one right now. I got to resend the contract because I sent it to her a couple of months ago. Just keep following up. So now I have to send it to another email. That way she could read it on a tablet. It's a pain in the ass, but you got to keep pushing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I had a seller. Oh my God, it was a nightmare. I remember this lead has been a lead since like January, right? Mm. And I'm always dealing with her via text. Like, those sellers that send you essays and you're just like, I'm not reading this shit. Just I'll move on, right?
Yeah.
Like, this lady's crazy, right? So, I was doing some follow-ups and this lady's like, oh, I haven't sold my house. And I was working the deal. I didn't notice like this was the same lady, like the crazy lady that I put in the notes, but we're pitching seller finance. I'm like, hey, cash, you're looking to get the next house, but for a cash deal, like I have to be at this price. It doesn't make sense for any other investor based on the rehab in the area. And she's like, hold on, I got another call. So like she'd jump on a call and I'm like, okay. And then she'd jump on the phone with me and we talk numbers and she's like, I got another call. I'm like, this lady's driving me crazy, right? And I was like, hey, the only thing that makes sense is seller financing. A balloon in 5 years, we'll do this much down payment. It went from 75K to 50K. So she was super on board. Then she's like, oh, I have another cash buyer. Let me jump off the phone. I was like, what? Then
tough.
She went back into, that's okay. Let's do the seller financing because she kept flip flopping. Then we're on the phone, like at the beach because we're getting ready to surf. And she's saying, I looked at your contract, like, it needs so much more into it, blah, blah, blah. Like, you guys are buying as is, but I need to actually, you put in there, like you're buying and we're not responsible for everything. I'm like, yeah, that's like what the contract says. Right. But she wanted all this little nuance stuff. And, she's like, well, I'm not going to sign the contract. And, you gotta buy the house without seeing the property because the tenants, I don't want to scare them. Like, well, you're selling the house. You're gonna have to tell them they have to move.
Yeah.
And it kept going on, and me and Kathy are like, let's just say no. Like, just to dispo this deal, it'd probably be a nightmare with this seller.
Yeah, were they up to payments and everything like that? Was everything okay?
Yeah, everything was good. It was paid off, and she's like. She was arguing with me about like, well, you said it was net 50K, but then you got the taxes in here. I'm like, well, I'm not going to pay your tax. And I just put that in there to like, hey, you're netting 50K because we're paying the closing costs or no agent commission. So it hasn't to do with taxes. It's like prorated taxes. And she just argued with me about everything. I was like, dude, I don't even want to do this deal. It's not even worth it. This lady's going to be a pain in the ass. Like, just imagine showing the property, getting in touch with the tenants. Like, I could just see it being a nightmare to dispo this deal, even if I did lock it up.
Yeah.
You ever get those where like, man, like if I close on this deal, like this is going to be a pain in the ass to even walk.
Yeah, no, definitely. That's why I asked if they were okay on payments because I feel like the ones that are in pre-foreclosure status. Mm-hmm. Those I feel like are a headache. Like like talk about hiding things and just like finding like issues upon issues, and it's just like they tell you one story and you're like, oh, we got a deal, we're working on the numbers, and then it's like just constant stuff, and then it's telling you stories and they're telling you why they're behind. Oh man, it's a mess. And it's like that reminds me of your story of a seller that I had, a few of them in the pre-foreclosure stage, and it's just like a nightmare. It's like, ugh, I don't really like pre-foreclosures. That's why I started with that, and I was like, man, this is too much. I'd rather, motivate others,
Yeah, and I had friends and stuff too, and like they always go after the hard properties, like foreclosures and all that stuff, and like they're asking all these questions in the community because they have this problem seller. I was like, you're doing all this just for like a 5K assignment? Like, fuck that. Like, do cash. Like you're trying to get this situation that is impossible, and you're trying to figure it out, and you're trying to help the seller. Yeah, I get it, but like help yourself. Like, why are you gonna get involved in an uphill deal?
Yeah, like you said, it's either cash or you could work out a seller finance, and that makes sense. Then that's cool too.
Yeah, because I hear these buddies and they're like, yeah, I'm dealing with this seller. Like, we had to do this with the evictions and the county and the foreclosures and the courts. I'm like, why do you want to deal with all that? Like, just move on.
Yeah. Especially if you live in certain states. If you live in a state where you got the 30 days and then that's one thing. But some of these states, like my state, it's the worst process. Not even worth it. Definitely not.
Mm-hmm.
Pour a lot of time and energy when you can just be working on something, that's more valuable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because like you're going to spend so many hours for a deal that might not even close when you could just do easier deals.
Unless you like spending all your time just chasing down the rabbit.
Right? I'm like, I like to work easy deals.
Exactly.
Let's see, 1.5 bath. How many square feet? 69. Okay, cool. Yeah, so hopefully they sign that. I'll call those people on Monday after I work on this offer. You got any good deals or leads?
Yeah, I got one right now. The guy told me to call back. It's in PA. I ran some numbers. He's close to, I think it's a deal. He's close to the number that I can, it's close. It's one of those where I think we could work something out. He's an investor, so he knows the game, and he sounds flexible. So he was just busy, so I was like, all right, I'll just run some numbers. I'll call you back.
Nice.
And then I got the one with the old lady. Sending her that contract, just waiting for her. I got to finish that up. Yeah, so nothing spectacular, but just rolling with it.
Nice. Brandon asks, what part of PA? I'm in Pittsburgh.
Oh, it's actually by Philly, actually. I do have this guy. I have a property out in, what's the name of it? It's right outside of Pittsburgh. It's a 4-family. This guy is so hard to get in touch with. It's like you have a conversation with him, then I try to get boots on the ground over there, but this guy just doesn't pick up.
Damn. Like, this is a good deal. It's like now the seller won't pick up the phone. That's the worst.
Exactly.
Okay, let's see. Anyone else have any questions? I'm going to probably work on this contract. Let's see, custom fields. Okay, let me run up this contract. Pendadoc. Let's see. Home. Let's see. see, templates. What's up, Eric? Yeah, let me know if you want to jump on, man. Make some calls. Yeah, I'm working on this contract. Bum, bum. One second, let me ask Kathy something.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up.
Hey, Linda, this is Sammy. I was calling about your property. You filled out an inquiry online. Just wanted to see if you're still looking to sell that. Give me a call back.
Yeah. Purchase agreement for. Add me. Add recipient. Start typing name. Okay. Okay, email is copy. Phone number is first name, last name, email. Add. Continue. Okay, so today's date is the 27th. Seller is boom. So just property is shit. Legal description. Where's the legal description at?
Please leave your message for
Purchase price.
Hey, Ed, this is Sammy. We spoke a few months ago about the property over on Ridge. Just wanted to see if you got that taken care of. I think we have another option for you. I just wanted to see, if you still need help or you're still looking for other, ways that you can sell this. If you are still, give me a call back. Thanks.
30 business days after effective date. Tied up with TBD. This one's in North Carolina. Okay, contract. September 27th. Seller, buyer, legal, property, legal description, purchase price, 30 business days after effective date. The agreements, NA. So the seller is signature. Signature. Date.
Has been forwarded to an automatic voice message.
Okay, so that contract's ready to go. Brandon said if you ever need boots on ground in Pittsburgh.
Thank you. I'll look back into it. I think it's outside of Pittsburgh. It's south. Let me see if I can find it. Just got to get back in touch with the guy.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some more coffee.
Cool. Matt, what's his name? Brandon, if you hear me, shoot me a follow on Instagram. That way we could connect. Once in a while, we get some properties over in Pittsburgh and surrounding areas, so definitely can always use some boots or maybe some JV opportunities.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system.
Oh, I just didn't get the time to do that today.
A buyer.
For Boulder.
Oh yeah. So let me make sure I got the right one. So we got Today's date. Check.
You got 2 people on the contract?
No, it's just him. That's the wife's dead.
Both? Oh,
She's dead.
okay.
Yeah. So first name, last name, RLC.
Can you go back?
Mm-hmm.
Usually for Lee is the first name, last name is one like that. Like it's reversed.
Oh, yeah, never mind. Why is it so faint? Like the font.
Because when you copy from prop stream, you didn't like control, like comment.
I did. Or it works.
You won't because we changed the format, so you'll just follow the same format. So it won't work.
Okay, so that looks good. Property address.
Mm-hmm.
It says Eastwood. Is that fine?
Yep.
Like, what does that even mean?
Usually like the parcel,
Oh,
like what block, what like district is in.
purchase price $25K.
Yep.
This is a lot. 3 business days after effective date.
Okay.
TBD. Do I get that in or just leave it blank?
Is that vacant or they're living in it?
I think they live in it.
The property is vacant at closing.
Property is vacant at closing. Okay, North Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. I need to change the.
Yep.
Fuck, how did I change?
Manage. Yep. Click.
So I need to switch.
Add a person name. Just switch it. So, who he needs to discuss with?
So Tracy is like the guy's the uncle. He's an older guy. So she's helping him sell it because he's older.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So first name, last name. Oh wait, this is all capitalized though. Does it matter? There you go.
Yeah, that's good.
So date. So just do send.
And remember to sign.
Okay, continue. From Brandon Clark to some document. Document has been sent. Let me check. Gmail. Okay, open document. Today's date. Oh, signed. Finish. Okay, so sent contract. Let me text Tracy. Ooh. Perfect. Okay, so I'll say, hey Tracy, just sent the agreement over. Just sent the agreement over to your email. So hopefully just an agreement to your email. Let me know if you have any questions. If everything looks good, I just need a signature, or we can talk Monday. Hey Tracy, just sent the agreement over to your email. Let me know if you have any questions. If everything looks good, everything looks good. I need a signature. Signature to get things going. Or we can talk Monday. I send Brendan Clark. Send. Cool. So create opportunity, contract call. Do a 4-day follow-up. Contract call. So I got her in a 4-day follow-up. I'll do a contract call on Monday. Send to me. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. So contract sent. I'll do a follow-up on Monday. She's helping uncle sell the house. Follow up. Call Monday. Save. So ARV is 200K. Asking price is 75K. Repair cost is 30K. Make sure. ARV 200. Contract price to seller 75. Repair cost 30K. Repairs needed in good shape. Our offer price 75K. Check. Cool. So I got a buyer call. Okay, buyer is Matt. Contact Matt. I'll say Bodark. Bodark buyer. Phone number is 417-207-8200. 07 16 02 07 16. Okay, boom. Okay, so I'm gonna call this buyer. I guess they chatted with us on Facebook. Okay, let's call this buyer. Copy. Tags as Bodark. Buyer. State as Missouri. So you have the new buyer in our system. Tag buyer, Bodark, state Missouri. Let's call them.
Matt.
Hey Matt, it's Brandon Clark. We're chatting, I believe, on Facebook about a deal I have in Bodark.
A house in Bodark?
Yeah, fix and flip. I think.
Yeah, okay, sure.
So you wanted some more info on it? Is that correct?
Yeah. Hang on just a second. I apologize. I'm right in the middle of something there.
Oh, no worries.
You're fine. Is somebody living in it now, or?
Yeah, right now the seller has a tenant in there, and they're month to month. He's getting rid of the tenant because he's kind of not a good renter, and the house is kind of messy. So he's in the process of getting that tenant out of there. But at closing is expected to be vacant.
Okay. You're not the owner then?
No, I'm wholesaling this property. So have you worked with any wholesalers or done assignment of contracts?
No, I have not.
Okay. Yeah. Are you investor? Are you have you been investing for a while, or would be your first fix and flip?
I bought properties before, just cash outright, and flipped them. But it's been a while. I sold my company a couple of years ago, and I'm pushing 60, and I'm bored again. So I'm looking for something to do.
Right. You want to get back to work, don't you?
Yeah, it's retirement sitting in the chair is just, I don't know how people always want to say they need to do that. It's overrated, I think. But
right.
Anyhow, so if you wanted to text me to this number, your information and that address there, is it okay for me to do a drive-by and just see what the property looks like? Or?
Yeah, you're more than welcome to do a drive-by. I know it's tenant occupied, so definitely don't.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't bother nobody.
No, totally. So on this one, I can send you the property, but just to go over like kind of how it is to work with a wholesaler. So a seller reaches out to me either on a website or an ad saying I want to sell my house. I reach out to them. I get them under contract for a cash as is purchase. Then I market the property and get investors like you that are looking for something that you could buy and put some money in the property, then close on it quickly. So if you indeed like this property, you'd be buying it as is. Of course, you could do an inspection if you like. But for these types of purchases, if you wanted to go in and pull the trigger, I would then assign the contract to you. You'd be the end buyer. You would submit $5,000 earnest money deposit to title to kind of hold the property. And if, that's to open up the property, then, once you fund the property, it'll transfer through title. Assignment fee will go to me. You'll be the owner, the new owner through title, of course. So it's just assigning the contract to you, and you as an investor are buying the property as is. You probably bought cash properties before where you just buy them and, it's not like a retail price. Yeah. So that's all it is. You'd be the buyer. You'd be buying it as is. If you do like the property, then I would just assign you the property and you'd be the new buyer.
Okay.
So I just
I always have somebody. I've got a friend of mine in Springfield who does inspections, and he would go by and do an inspection for me.
Totally.
And it doesn't matter. It's irregardless the fact of whether it's just a cash buyer or not. I always have somebody look at it just to make sure. So
correct. Yeah. So what I could do is this a cell phone?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me see here. And on this
you can text me. That's fine.
Okay, cool. Let me send you the address real quick. Copy. Okay, cool. So if you drive by, everything looks good to go. Our next step would be to get some times from you of when you would actually want to walk the property, whether it's you or maybe you send a contractor out there like you're talking about. With the tenant in there, we just need probably 24-hour notice. So if you drive by it today, you're like, oh, this looks good. We might be able to get you in there maybe Sunday or Monday. Just depends on, how the tenant is and, the communication with the seller and us.
Sure.
Perfect.
That sounds fine.
Awesome, Matt. So yeah, if you want to do a drive-by, if that area looks good for you, I know the inside does need a lot of work. So this is definitely I know that the inside of the property has a lot of stuff in it because I guess the guy's kind of like a hoarder.
Okay.
But it does need some work. So just to let you know, let me see here. So if everything looks good on the outside and you want to walk the property, we could just schedule the closest time for you.
Okay.
Perfect, Matt. Yeah, and if anything changes, let me know. Or if you want to get in there sooner, definitely feel free to reach out to me over the weekend. But yeah,
I sure will.
Let me know how the drive-by looks.
Yeah, I'm only about maybe 15 miles from there, so I'll pass through this afternoon on my way home and see what it looks like.
Sweet, sounds good, Matt. And I'll just follow up with you tomorrow. How's that sound?
That'd be perfect. Thank
awesome.
you.
Awesome, Matt. Well, you have a great rest of the day and have a great Friday.
You as well.
Bye-bye. I don't like talking to buyers. Okay, so he wants to do a walkthrough, or he's doing a drive-by today. He lives 15 minutes away, or 15 miles, yeah. Okay, so he's interested, so I'm going to turn him into a VIP buyer. VIP buyer. So that should create opportunity to create a walkthrough. Yep, need to do a walkthrough. So quick notes, he's a cash buyer, retired, and wants to start flipping. Okay, drive by September 27th. Can drive by September 27th. Perfect. Okay. I'll send that link too. Here's a link to our listing. Okay, so hopefully that buyer likes it because this property is hard to sell.
Where is it?
It's in Bodark, Missouri.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, so this one we have an offer, but the seller's like, I have a friend that wants to walk it Monday. I was like, okay, cool. The buyer came in a lot lower. He didn't say no to the offer, but he's like, I want to wait till the other guy walks it. I was like, yeah, it totally makes sense. And that buyer's like, the offer is only good for today. I was like, in my head, I was like, whatever, right? It's just a tactic, right? I was like, okay, well, I let the seller know, but he definitely wants to wait till Monday to get that other walkthrough. He's like, okay, cool, let me know then.
Nice.
So this guy's doing a drive-by. So hopefully he likes it, then maybe schedule another walkthrough. But we have one offer, is just a lot lower, and I think he wants to at least get a little bit more out of it instead of like biting the bullet, you know?
Where are you getting your buyers on Privy?
No, I think mostly investor lift.
Okay.
Some Facebook. I think this guy was from Facebook, the one I just had a convo with.
Nice. So you're doing nationwide, correct?
Yeah.
Nice.
I want to get more market specific, like Ohio and North Carolina, and like pull data, but I'm having difficulties like accessing the county websites and actually getting that data. So I need to maybe over the weekend figure out what counties are easy to get into, because Tampa is super easy. You know, in Florida, that website's easy to pull data and get free numbers and all that stuff. But a lot of other counties make it difficult to even find that data.
Yeah. Definitely. If it was easy, everybody'd be doing it, right?
Right. I know Missouri, you have to go in person. Like Missouri is a great market, but you have to go in there and actually get the data.
Wow.
Like in the office. Let's see here. Say buyer. Who drive by September 20th. He's a cash buyer, retired, and wants to start flipping. Retired biz owner. Okay, cool. So I'll put him in a 5-hour follow-up. Do you struggle more with talking to sellers or talking to buyers?
Probably buyers.
Yeah, me too. I feel like with sellers, you could kind of bullshit, which I'm good at bullshitting.
Yeah, you
But
just
with buyers,
just go through the motion with the sellers.
yeah, buyers is a little harder. Like you have to know your numbers. You have to sell the property.
Exactly.
So like, I don't think I'm that good at it. I think Kathy, my wife, is better at it because she's like better with the numbers and can be like, this is our price, this is what we need, blah blah blah. And I'm like, I don't know, maybe too buddy sometimes.
Yeah, I actually thought that's how you guys were doing it.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess I'm assuming she does like some of it.
She mostly talks to buyers, but I think right now she's just busy with her job. I think she's in meetings right now.
Yeah, that could be tough.
I was like, I'll call him. Cool.
Yeah,
So
okay. If you got the times, might as well, right?
Mm-hmm. Because this is our only deal that we have left to actually work. The other ones are either 2 novations, one's in escrow. So like this is our last deal that we have under contract that like we have to find the buyer.
Yeah. And you know what I used to struggle last year was like looking at the deal and being like, is this worth like getting on the contract and just playing with it?
That's what we were talking about yesterday. It's easy to get contracts, right?
Yeah.
But like you said, if they sign this and I start working it, like, is this even like, is it going to close? Like, is this even a good deal, right?
Yeah. But I think what I learned is you can always go back and just be like, hey, listen, numbers are just, we looked over everything. The numbers are just a little tight. It's not going to work out.
Mm-hmm.
And it might be more, flexible on a number, even if, sometimes, not everything's 100%, right?
Yeah, I say that all the time too. So like if you're the seller, we're talking, I think it's a good deal. I'm gonna send you an agreement. Maybe you sign it, maybe you don't. But then like later on, me and Kathy will look at it and Kathy will be like, yeah, this ain't a deal. If you end up signing, I'm like, hey, I know you just signed, but like we just ran the numbers again and we reached out to our contractors in the area. This is gonna cost a lot more. I don't think we're gonna be the right buyer. But at least they're doing it right away. Like I'm letting you know right away.
Right. Yeah, it happens all the time. Like you can do, like say for instance, I'm trying to think. So Philadelphia is like, it's a tough market. Like you literally go down the block and it's like the numbers change.
Yeah, we were doing a duplex out there.
Yeah.
Is it block by block, right?
It's totally like you go to one block. So I was just underwriting this property earlier. I spoke to the guy this morning. He called back. We talked numbers. He's like, give me a call back. I was like, yeah, I can give you a number in like 10 minutes. He was like, no, I said, so whatever. We made an appointment for tonight. I said, I'll send you over the offer later. But anyway, so looking over, there was east and west, and I hit east by mistake, and I started comping. And I'm like, this looks like the hood. I'm like, this looks like crap. Mm-hmm. But then I realized I was like, wait, where's the number? So I'm checking the numbers, double checking my numbers, and I'm like, wait a minute, this is not east. This is not west. This is east. Fix that, and then I was like, okay, this looks a little better. Now it looks like something we can work with because you don't want to buy nothing in the hood. It's going to be really tough. At least this area was a little better on the east side. So
you're like, thank God it's in the other area. Like you'll have like ARVs over here like 100, and over here you have like 200 probably or something like that, right? Like
yeah,
it's way better neighborhood.
Yeah, he sounded like a guy that pretty decent guy, and that area I was just like, now I know why he wants to sell it. But now I'm looking back and I'm like, okay. This makes sense. I don't do the I think we spoke about this a while back. I don't do the innovation. But I had a deal, right? I was like, oh, we're so close in numbers. But I'm like, I'm not gonna negotiate. This property is in good shape. I can't get her down lower. Mm-hmm. Spoke to a friend, he does novations, but it's crazy because I told him, I sent him a comp. I'm like, look, this one in the same complex, it's like a condo, right? I said, this one sold for $425. I said, she's asking for $300. There's a lot of wiggle room. He said, no, it won't go this and that. I said, all right. I took his advice. I said, all right, I'll just leave it alone. Mm-hmm. So that we can't do it. How did she list it for $400 within a week? It's pending on the contract. I'm like, oh, that was plenty of wiggle room that we could have did an ovation. Like, I don't know novation, so I couldn't do it. But I'm like, something's not right here. I'm like, I got to find somebody to help me with that.
Yeah, I think for us, like for novation, I guess it's like you got to take 10% off the top just for closing costs and agent commissions, right?
Right.
Then you have to add another $30K worth of buffer just for the profits for me, then also your JV partner, right? Mm-hmm. So you have to at least get them deep, not cash deep, but like just above cash pretty much. Really? So if the numbers look good like that, then we either send it to my buddy Brad or my buddy Chris, it just depends. But they do novation. So, we make sure it looks good. If it looks good, we'll send it in like a group chat or send it to them directly. Like, hey, what do you guys think? And they'll run the numbers like, yeah, this could be novation. I'm like, okay, cool. Let's flip it. Right. But they do everything. So, we flipped one yesterday or the day before Brad was on here. I don't know if you saw, but he flipped a cash to novation and got a signed contract. And that's a deal where I'm not dealing with it anymore. And now it's a novation.
Nice.
But I guess it has to be in a good neighborhood, or not even a good neighborhood. It's just there has to be enough meat on the bone, but also not need a lot of rehab.
Yeah, no, she listed and everything. The only thing I was struggling to get from her was pictures. But she told me, verbally, she told me like everything is in good condition. She's like lived here. She's moving back and forth. She's in Florida now, so she comes back and forth. So I knew it was a good deal. I knew it was an ovation. I told him, I'm like, this is it. That's a lot of wiggle room. I'm like, even if you can get it for $330, $340, that's plenty of room.
Yeah, you're like, this has a lot of meat on it.
Yeah, it's a nice area. I spoke with her a few times. I just couldn't get it.
Mhm.
And I'm not gonna do an ovation if I don't know how to do it. So it's gotta find.
No. It's like, I would say it's even harder than a sub 2 if you don't know how to do a sub 2, because there's so many moving parts. Like, I feel like if you're doing novation, like we know how to do cash, like that's our hedgehog concept, but like for novation, that's their hedgehog concept. You know? Or sub 2 people.
That's why it's another thing that's just too much. I saw your buddy. I haven't seen him in a while. He did an interview with RJ, and he was saying how much time that took away from the business.
Oh yeah, Glenn.
Yeah,
that was a good one. That's like a good summary of like, if you do the novation yourself, you're going to run into a lot of maybe problems, maybe not, but like it'll pull you away from getting deals.
Right.
It's even one thing to like get pulled away to do dispo, but like it's even harder to dispo because there's so many other stuff. You got agents, you got, there's just so many more moving parts than just doing a dispo.
Yeah. But the plus was that I actually have a flat fee listing agent. He said that he would do it. Not to me personally, but if he says it on Facebook that he could do it for somebody else, probably could do it for everybody, right? So I told him, I was like, listen, you need that agent, I got him. Because I think a lot of people say don't do the flat fee listing. Because then you're just insulting the buyer's agent or whatever, the agent that's representing, and they want to make their money. But some of the investor agents, they don't care. They're just like, just send them all over. I'll take it all.
Yeah, I think Alex or someone was talking to me where like you can list it flat fee, but you could post it on the MLS, but it doesn't go on all the websites. It just goes on the MLS. So, because I was thinking like, oh, I could flat fee list on the MLS, but then I was thinking, well, you're going to deal with all these retail buyers that are calling you on Zillow, and you got to field all that stuff. And it's like Facebook buyers, like you got to see if they're legit or if they're even pre-approved. Like, fuck that, right?
Yeah.
But he said you don't post on Zillow and all that crap, and you just post on the MLS. So agents know you're selling a house, so they reach out to you because they have buyers that are ready to go now.
Nice.
So I'm like, oh, that makes more sense, because I was under the assumption where you do the flat fee, you'll list it and be on Zillow and all that crap. I was like, fuck that. But he said you could do it in a way where it only lists just for the agents on the MLS. So I was like, that's pretty cool. I'd rather take agent phone calls than just some random person on Zillow call me, like a FSBO.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, somebody's just wasting your time. Like,
yeah, so it's like Facebook buyers, right? Like the last question was like, this is cash. Oh, so no loan, no cash. It says it in the post, cash.
You know how many times I did that? I said, hey, I got a deal. And I'm like, this guy is going to foreclosure. I said, it's not, it doesn't make sense for sub 2. I said, well, this is what we got to do. Person side text me. They're like, hey, I'm interested. I like this market. Are they open to creative? I'm like, are you?
Yeah, if they were, I would have flipped it to creative and had way more buyers.
Exactly. Like I'm asking around because it's a cash deal, and I get it. Like not everybody can afford it, so it's crazy when you say that and they're still asking you, hey, is this? They're open to creative. I'm like, oh my gosh.
It's like I talk to people because we used to get a deal, put on Investor Lift, put on like Facebook Marketplace, put it in all the Facebook groups. Like if it's a Detroit property, we look up Detroit Facebook groups and join them if we haven't, and post them in there and all that crap, right? So just Facebook alone, let's just say we have that Detroit property, we'll post on like 5 to 10 Detroit Facebook group pages, right? And it's a fucking nightmare to manage all that, and you got all these messages coming, and you don't know where they're coming from, and it's like, did you even read the post, bro? Like, read the post before you ask questions. So we eliminated posting them in separate groups, like investor groups, and we just went straight to Facebook Marketplace. It's just, at least it's just one area that you gotta, kind of field balls. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's got to be in that Facebook marketplace in that area, correct?
Yeah, it's just easier. Like instead of posting on Facebook Marketplace in Detroit, then also all these investor groups in Detroit on Facebook, we eliminated that and just did Facebook Marketplace and investor lift because it's so hard to manage all those individual messages on that individual thing. Like it's a nightmare.
Yeah, it's crazy.
But Facebook does work sometimes. Sometimes like we'll get no traction on investor lift, but like we'll get way more traction on Facebook Marketplace because maybe it's in an area where there's not much investors and people are just on Facebook instead.
Yeah, makes sense. Friday. You guys going surfing today?
Hopefully. It was fucking cold yesterday. Let me check the water.
It's crazy. We got the humidity on the East Coast. It's freaking hot as hell.
It's hot. It's hot today?
Not hot. It's just muggy.
Oh, yeah. Let's see. The water temperature today is 70. It's not too bad. No, it's pretty cold. Yeah. I remember when I was stationed in Florida and like North Carolina, man, the humidity's no joke.
In Florida, yeah. It's bad. Especially in the summertime. Forget it. You don't want to be out there.
Mm-hmm.
Anywhere in the South, anyway. How is the humidity over there? You guys get a lot of humid?
No, it's not too bad. It's more like dry desert heat.
It's crazy. You're by the water. I would think it would be a little humid.
Mm-hmm. No, it's not too bad. Let me see here. So this lady wants ARV. Let me see here. Pull up the property. This one's in Rowlett, Texas. Check it out. Oh, this is a nice house. Okay, cool. Let's check this out. Yeah, it's called. Stephen. So they pick up. Try again.
At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up.
Hey, this is Brandon Clark. I was calling about your property. I noticed we chatted last week or 2 weeks ago. You said call back a little bit later. Let me know if you ended up selling that property or you still got it for sale. Once again, it's Brandon Clark, 760-823-8311. Thanks. Okay, let me text this guy. So still wants ARV. Put him in a 4-day follow-up again. Hey, Stefan just called. Stefan just called. You sell the house yet? Or still trying to send? Okay, so that follow-up is done. What you doing this weekend? Anything fun?
No, not this weekend. I went to the game last week. And then
Who was playing?
What's that?
Who was playing?
The Mets in Philly.
Oh, nice. Who won?
Philly won that game, but the Mets won the series.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that was enough for me last weekend. I was gonna do something tonight with my sister and fam, but I'm probably gonna just hang out and lay low for the weekend.
We'll probably have like a beach day, or maybe go grab a beer somewhere, like a brewery. Probably
Nice.
just take it easy too. Yeah, just chill.
Yeah, there's that season where I want to stay dialed in. Man, the summer's over. I don't really want to do too much, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
I think the summer was a huge distraction in spring. A lot going on, so it's the
Dude, I've been
perfect time.
right. It's just to like lay low.
Yeah.
I get so drained, like I'm like talking on YouTube. Like this is fun. I like doing all this stuff, but I'm talking to sellers and buyers, and like by the time I'm done, usually when I'm in public, I talk to anybody. I just that type of person, right?
Yeah.
There was like this shark that washed up on the beach yesterday, and this guy came in, and we're chit chatting, but like I talked for more than 2 minutes. I'm like, I'm done. I'm like, my brain hurts. Let's keep walking. It's hard to talk to people like when you're done with work, especially if you're in sales like we are. It gets very draining, like mentally.
Yeah, it's tough. There's days where I want to jump on here and I'm just like, I have to finish one thing, and then I'm just like, then I try to catch my breath, and I'm like, that's what happened to me last week. I couldn't make it. I had so much going on, and I was like, oh. I said next week is another week. I'll jump in and get some things rolling. I had a really good week. But yeah, it's tough. It's tough getting, talking to sellers and then going out there, and then got to talk some more.
Trying to socialize like at a bar or something. Someone's talking to you about like Bitcoin. Like, I love Bitcoin, but like I'm fucking tired talking to people.
What do you think about Bitcoin right now?
I'm all in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to buy real estate. I'd rather just keep buying crypto. I feel like that's the new thing. I just like it better.
Interesting. Yeah, I feel like I have a few friends that feel the same way. So I fell back from it a little bit.
Our investor leaf account.
Oh wait, sorry. 1 second. What happened?
I saw someone on our investor leaf account that like with other people.
How?
That we shared the account with.
Okay.
Have this deal.
They have this deal? Which is the boat arc?
Delaware.
How?
What do you mean?
You mean they have the same deal we do? What do you mean?
No. Someone else posted this deal in Delaware.
Okay.
Remember the property we comes before Delaware? I think it's the same thing. Can you check?
Which property is it?
The one you just talked to today, that has like 220 ARV, remember?
It wants the uncle? The old uncle and Tracy?
No.
Oh,
Delaware,
before that.
Delaware.
Yeah, that was the guy with the row houses, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So let me go to him real quick. So speed to lead.
Can you show the address?
I'm looking. I think was it Colin?
What's the address?
No. I think I know where it is. I think it was a follow-up that he never picked up.
No, he picked up.
Well, it used to be a follow-up. Was it Robert? I think it was Robert. I think it says this one. Yep, Delaware. Yep.
What's the address?
Starts with a 718.
No. Is that Wellington, Delaware?
Yeah, Wellington.
How far is this from?
Okay, let me see. That's weird.
Go to Google Map.
Google Map, okay. Oh. Okay.
Direction?
You want to do it to a different property?
Direction, yep. The first one.
Oh, I didn't see it. Okay, to, what's the property?
510
510 New.
Just read it.
Newcastle Avenue? Okay. So they're about 3-minute drive. What's that property selling for?
$60K.
Okay.
Like it's the same thing, like a 2-1, 925. It's the same square footage.
Oh, and this is the guy that we told him like, hey, just list it.
Yeah.
So yeah, his price is too high.
Yeah.
Like there's no fucking way.
Yep.
I thought you meant someone has our deal that we just sent a contract for.
Sorry?
I thought you meant there's a contract that we just sent out, like it's already on investor list. I thought that's what you meant.
No, I saw that one is this one, but it didn't.
Oh, it's a different one, yeah.
But it's close.
Okay, cool.
It's like has the same square footage.
So
They're selling for 60K.
is there good pictures?
Let me see.
So they probably locked it up for 50. Where I think 50 is where we needed it to go. Yeah, 55.
I don't think this is in good condition though.
So these were pretty good on the numbers, right?
Yeah. I think so.
That's true.
I just texted you a buyer.
I already did.
Another one.
A new one?
Yeah, like 2 minutes ago.
Okay. Nikki asked, "What's your target location?" Mine's just nationwide, but if I'm doing like picking a market, we're definitely trying to do Florida, Texas, North Carolina, Ohio. Yeah, this new buyer. What's your guys' backstory? I could go a little bit into it. Sammy's on the call, but I was in the Marines, got out of the Marines, owned a few businesses like landscape lighting business, a pet store business, little brick and mortar shops like that. Then I got into sales, software sales. I worked for HubSpot, Salesforce, learning how to sell software. That's pretty cool. That was all online, kind of just like what we're doing here. Call people, book meetings, sell software. Then after Salesforce, we were going to start a software company, but I figured wholesaling might be more fun. And I like the real estate thing and just signed up for Sub2. Before that was Ryan Pineda. Signed up for Ryan Pineda, profit partner. Doing that for a little bit. Then found Sub2. That was pretty cool. Locked up some deals doing that. Then wanted to switch to cash. And I had some buddies at the Sub2 meetup. Golden tickets, like, dude, you guys got to go after cash. I'll do more deals. Found a podcast with Pineda on it. Then RJ Bates was on it. I was like, damn, this guy is pretty talented. Started following RJ Bates, signed up for his course, learning how to do cash deals and being a closer. And that's kind of like how I got started. Just, Marine Corps, software sales, and landed here in wholesaling real estate. And I like it. I don't think I'll change. A lot of people start off in wholesaling, then they kind of grow into a landlord, and they own multifamily and they get into that. But honestly, I'd rather just keep doing wholesale. It's fun. That's kind of how I got into it. Let's call this buyer. So Brett Robertson. BRETT. So he's a buyer. Sammy, how did you get going in real estate? Nikki asked. I kind of started with like software sales, Marine Corps software sales, and then real estate. Let's see here. Add this buyer in here. First name is Brett.
Hey, sorry, I was trying to get a call and
you get a good one?
No, trying. Fridays is a little tough. I try to start earlier because it's better on Fridays. If the later you try to get in, it's tougher. Friday nights is like that. I think the earlier on a Friday, the better. Like,
I got a call.
Everybody wants to unwind, So.
Hello, good afternoon. This is Bender. I'm Bender, trying to reach Brandon Clark.
Oh yeah, 1 second. Give me a second. I'll be right back. I think Nikki had a question too. I'll put in the chat.
Yeah, so for me, I'm a technician. What was it? I always wanted to get in real estate. I think not thinking. Wait, I'm bugging. what was the book called? I think everybody read it with the real estate guy. Can't come up to my head right now, but I think after that, I was like, I knew I wanted to become a business owner and, do my own thing. He breaks down about, having assets over liabilities. And I was like, oh, that's deep. So I started in the barbershop. Always wanted to own my own barbershop. And then I just realized, after a few years of doing that, I was like, I don't think I want to do this anymore. Then I went to become a technician. Then a few years ago, just started going to events and signing up for things in real estate, and just realized, like, listening to like people like Grant Cardone and people in the real estate space is like, you definitely want to get your hands into real estate, whether it's just, one or a couple of doors or wholesaling, just something, multifamily. I think real estate is a great way to get in, whether you're buying, whether you're just investing, putting money into it, or, some way. I was just like, what one way or the other. I tried to get into multifamily. It was a little tough because you got to have the right circle around you. So I decided to wholesale. I said I can always go back, and then from there, own a couple of doors. One thing that I've always heard that it's, you want to have. It's better to have more than one door, right? Grant Cardone says it all the time. There's a few guys that, if you can get a multifamily, whether it's a 2 to 4, get that instead. So that will be my go-to somewhere in the near future. If I get something that I like that's close by, I'll probably just hold on to it. So short story, but yeah, that's my story and goals, the things that I want to, pursue as far as real estate wise. You can always do so many other things like raising capital. A lot of people are getting into that. Lending, small lending opportunities, whether you're using your own money or other people's money. There's just so many opportunities, I think, in real estate. It doesn't have to be just one. There's a lot of people that are not good on phones. You can be a TC, you can be a disposition manager, acquisition manager. There's so many things you can do. Key advice to become a successful closer. Probably find a niche and stick to it. I started off with the pre-foreclosures, and I was talking to Brandon earlier about it. I wasn't really a fan of pre-foreclosures because it's like there's so many variables in it. It's like you can't go straight for the close in that. You literally have to hold their hand. You have to help them. You have to see what their position is, if they're even looking to sell. So I think you want to know exactly what you want.
It's like you're a social worker sometimes, huh?
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Like sometimes I had one lady where I didn't even talk the whole time. I was just like, like she was just telling me all her problems. She's like, this didn't even happen. I paid them. I did this. And I was just like, all right, I'll see what I can do. I said, let me see if I can find you a lawyer or something like that. I was like, right now, she's going through a divorce. It was just so much. But I think just knowing what starting with, a goal in mind, and then just working on it every day, every single day. Just work on it, on your, on your pitch, on your, work. One thing that I'm sure Brandon did that I did was role playing. You got to work on objections. You got to know, the answers or the questions before, the answers before somebody asks the question. Just got to practice every day. Some people are born to close. Some people are phenomenal on the phones. I wasn't. The first time I was just like, I need a lot of work. So I think to become a closer, you just have to just continuously work on it, know how to ask the right questions, just have a little outline on your wall. That way, if you feel like you fumble, you have something. And obviously you want to have the pillars, the 4 pillars. Obviously everybody is different. Some people want to wait till the end to ask for the price. I think, like Brandon does and RJ and everybody else now, is just get that price out of the way. And, then you work from there, find the motivation, and you're pretty much, I think the toughest part is probably comping, underwriting while you're on the phone with them. You can always follow up with them, but that's another thing that you want to work on. If you can, manage all of that in one shot, that's where you become a good closer. But yeah, you won't become a closer overnight. It takes months to years for some people.
Yeah, and being like in sales, I have always been like a business owner, so I'm always facing the customer, whether even before business owner, like working at restaurants, it's always about the customer. So even if you're not in sales, like if you're customer facing, you could be a good closer as long as if you're a solution solver. I think you could be a good closer because you're a good listener. Like even a waitress or a waiter could be a good closer because they're good at listening, right? And I think that's the big thing is being a good closer is listening. But what helped me is, my other businesses dealing with customers, especially people with pets. Like with a pet store, you really have to care about your customers and their dogs and stuff like that. So that helped a lot. And also being in tech sales, that helped, with sales experience. But honestly, with wholesaling and specifically, and just being in titanium with everyone here in RJ and all them, it just kind of changes your mindset. Like, don't be a salesperson. Like you are the buyer. You're buying this property. So even like right now, I have on my paper. It's hard to see, but it says I am the buyer because I always forget. Like I'm so used to sales, like owning a business and software sales, and you always want to sell, but RJ kind of broke it down where like you're the one buying the house. You're taking their price, their condition, you're looking at the comps, you're looking at the profit, and you're be like, yeah, this is not a deal for me. I need to be lower. And you're just putting yourself in as a buyer and to not complicate anything. And I think that's the best way to think about it. I'm the buyer. Is this a deal that I want to buy? And if it is, dig into it. Look at the comps, look at the condition of the property. If they're asking for too much, like this is not a deal for me. I got to move on. Sorry. Like, and I always forget that I'm the buyer, and I always try to sell. And like, I think it's just habit. It's a different mind shift. What do you think about that, Sammy? Like, it's hard to remember that we are the buyer. Like, definitely with RJ's pitch, right?
No, it definitely is. I think that like something I missed what you said was being a problem solver. Like always go for that, how can I help? I just had somebody earlier, he's going through some money problems. And I forgot to ask him, like, what was the question that after I got off the phone? Basically like, is he behind on payments? And maybe we could have helped him with that. You know what I mean? But I didn't ask that because he was already telling me he's going through a lot and dealing with stuff. But he said he'll be ready in a month. He's talking to a credit repair company. But I'm always looking for a way to help. I'm always looking for that basically the solution to give him. You know what I mean? Like, how can I help? Like, do you need an agent to buy a house? Do you need a place can I help him find a place? So whenever somebody's, in distress, that's the best thing you want to do is just be on their side, see if there's any way you can help them and things like that. And that's something like you said, Brandon, was like, you ever go to a restaurant and you're like, if I worked here, I would kill it.
Right.
They're like, oh man, I would kill it. This guy doesn't know how to like just pour your water and just like, hey, how you guys doing? Like, let me tell you the best thing on the menu. Like, oh, I love this. Like, there's little things that you can do. So I try to add those to like on my calls. I'll take that's another thing that helps me. Like before I get on calls, I like to listen to like some calls. I want to hear somebody like closing deals and like some of the things that they're handling. So when I get on my calls, I kind of like roll that into like, hey, whenever I listen to that, I take little notes and I'm just like, okay, I'm going to do this and that. But yeah, it's all about being problem solving and trying to be a solution to them. If you can't help them, hey, my partner, we'll get back to you, or my partner, let me ask if I don't know, little things like that. Because you don't know everything. Every situation is different. I'm still going through calls where I'm like, wow, this is a tough one right here. So definitely.
Yeah, and I think like you said, I'm the type of person that will go to a business and like, oh my God, like why didn't they do this? Why didn't this? Like I've worked in the restaurant business. Like I've been sitting here for 2 minutes. Why don't I have a water? Like the standard is 30 seconds. Someone sits down to get a water within a minute, right?
Little things, yeah, little things.
Right? Like the little things, right? And I think, if you could spot the little things in yourself, like, oh, I didn't do this correctly. I didn't do this correctly on a call. as a closer, you're able to take that feedback or someone else's feedback that, like, if Sammy's like, hey, Brandon, that was a good call, but you kind of pushed too hard or you didn't push hard enough. Like, fuck yeah, you're right, man. Like, let me try to do better on the next one. Like, a good closer will take good and bad and criticism and stuff like that. And just, I feel like a closer is just like a Spartan, right? You're always just trying to do better and sharpen your spear and your sword and your shield. And just, you're like Leonidas, right? You just, you just keep getting better at little things,
That's it. Every day, 1% better every day. And yeah, that's huge. Being here and like asking for feedback. That's a big thing.
Yeah, because comping was fucking hard. Like, I'm not gonna be able to do this on the phone. I'm a Marine. I suck at math. Like, there's no fucking way. I'm not doing this shit.
Yeah.
But I'm okay at it. Like, I could hold my own now, And 2 months ago, no. So it's crazy how, looking back, where like you think a problem is a problem in the present, but in a month from now, 2 months from now, hell, a year. Like, we saw a Facebook post, you get like remembered sometimes. Like today, it's like 14 years ago. It's me sitting like as a Marine with my, like, trying to be all buff, after boot camp. Like, holy fuck, that was 14 years. Holy shit, right? But a post came up. It was me at the sub 2 meetup, like the golden ticket with Pace and all that.
Yeah.
That was only a year ago. That felt like 5 years. Like, it's crazy.
Which one? This is the one.
The golden ticket from last year, like during the Super Bowl time.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was like,
oh yeah, we were there.
Oh, you were there too?
Even a year ago, bro. that was yeah.
Right? It seems like forever ago.
No, it does. Yeah, it does. I was sick. I was actually sick that time. I was feeling the worst. That was a tough situation to try to network and just feeling like crap. I got off the plane the next day. I was just like,
oh, so you were at the golden ticket too?
Yeah, we went to the same Mexican restaurant.
Oh, no way.
Yeah. You were at the other side. I think I shook your hand.
I was with Sunday and all them, Angie.
Sunday, Kathy.
Oh, no way.
Rose. Yeah, there was a bunch of people. I don't know if you know Jason. Jason was there. Who else? Kathy.
And that felt like so long ago, and it wasn't long at all.
What's that?
I felt like that was so long ago, but it wasn't.
Weren't you sitting in the booth, right?
Yeah, we got there a little bit later. We're in the corner.
Yeah, I remember because I said hi to the guy and I introduced myself, and he's like, "Yeah, we met earlier," and I was like, "Oh, my bad." There's just so much networking. It's like you forget. It's just like so many faces. I got mixed up with you with another guy that was there too for a while. I was
similar.
Like, yeah, you guys have the beard, the hat.
It's hard to like network because like you got to remember everyone's name and all that stuff. But that's crazy because that felt like so long ago. And during that time, my buddy from San Diego, you've seen him probably doing Novation, Chris Deal, a guy on his team that's from here too. He's like, Brandon, like, you guys should try cash. And that was at the golden ticket. What was it, last February? I think that's Super Bowl time, right? February?
Yeah, because they had the Super Bowl party on Sunday, I believe.
Yeah. So that was February where my buddy dropped a nugget like, hey, start looking in cash. And I remember on the drive home, we started to listen to Eric Klein. And I think I was listening to Eric Klein before the golden ticket too, just to be a better closer.
Right, yeah.
And I was like, so on the way back, listening to Eric Klein, doing all this stuff, then getting into cash, trying to do a little bit more cash, like, how do I even do this, right? Then we found RJ, and man, I've only been in RJ's group for, it has to be maybe 6 months, 5 months.
Okay.
I think. I don't know, it feels so much longer. Like, people are like, oh my God, cash is so hard, or like wholesaling is so hard. But if you just do it consistently, like, you'll look back like, oh my God, like, this is not that hard. And I thought it was impossible when I first started.
Everything's hard. Everything is hard when you start. You know, what do you think is hard about cash?
I think at first it was just something new. Like, when you're in sub 2, they don't teach you how to comp run, right? I don't think it's a flaw from Pace or anything. It's just, they're just trying to sell courses, which is fine, make your money.
Yeah.
There's value in there. There's buyers in there. There's lender, like, it's a great resource. But for wholesaling in general, I needed to go elsewhere, right? And I think when we switched to cash is all about numbers, right? So with sub 2, oh, you got a good interest rate? Okay, that's a deal. It's just easy, right?
Yeah.
But with cash, I was like, fuck, like, what, like, how do you even do this? Like, it was so strange. I was like, how do you do this, right?
Yeah.
And just, watching, Eric Klein, How to Be a Closer, then RJ, then just fully on RJ now, like religious. I can't even listen to anyone else. Like, I'll listen to Pace, I'll listen to Eric Klein. It's just like nails on the chalkboard, like, because we're so focused. So like I hear them close the deal, I'm just like it like makes me vomit, like because it goes way against what we do.
Yeah,
You know,
well,
like,
I mean, Pace nowadays, you won't even hear him close anything. He's past that. So I
mhm.
probably haven't heard Pace in so long. It's like, and all he does is sub 2 anyway. So he's just gonna pitch terms, and
Yeah. So, and it's funny because we have such a direct approach to the closer formula, which is our hedgehog concept. But like, listen to Eric Klein's, like, if you're in Eric Klein's group, that's cool. Like, you're making money. That's your hedgehog concept. That's your song and dance, which is fine. But since ours is so direct, hearing anyone else close a deal, like as a closer, it just makes me vomit. Like why would you do all that bullshit? Like, the finance department, blah blah blah, all these like lines and stuff like that. It's cool for them, like that's their business model. I get it, right? But for us, we're a different approach. So I can't even listen to other people close deals because it distracts me. I can only listen to like, our types of closing calls because that's our lane,
Yeah, no, that's the best way to do it. You don't want to do the worst thing. I think I did it a few times is implement this way and one's way and this one. I just try to
Like a Frankenstein, right? You got like a little bit of Eric Klein, a little bit of Pace, a little bit of like Mill, right?
I mean, you can, but I would keep it limited, like just like maybe a little like what's his name? Like I liked what he said. I mean, I don't know if I would use it, but Caesar said it a couple of weeks ago. He was like, "Hey, listen, I'm not a baker. I don't want to sugarcoat it." Like little things like that are kind of funny. But
what I like about, like, I'll always remember this with Pace. Like Pace is like be the cockroach, like never die, right? Like a cockroach. So I'll take that from Pace. Then he also says, like, you probably heard it from him all the time, like, what's in it for me as a buyer? Like, Sammy, you're the seller. You want me to give you a high down payment, a high interest, and over asking? Like, what's in it for me?
Yeah.
Like, you've probably heard Pace say, like, what's in it for me? And I do that sometimes. I think that's a good knowledge drop right there.
No, he is a beast when it comes to when I used to listen to his calls years ago. Well, whatever, I don't know. It seems like years ago, but I was like it doesn't matter. The worst red seller you can get. He knows how to pivot. He knows how to.
He's so good.
Yeah, he's smooth as hell when it comes to that.
He's a good listener too, and his memory. Even Kathy's surprised. His memory is so good. Like, I don't know anyone that has a memory like Pace. Like, he'll remember the name, the last name, the age, and like where he met you. Like, I've never seen someone with like that memory. Is so like it has to be on the spectrum somewhere. Like, it's genius memory.
Yeah, well, that's why he is where he is, because he is like, if you ever see him talking, like I've literally been to so many meetups, seen him, and he's never like he's so focused. Like he's got one person that's talking to him, and then he's got hundreds of people, walking around trying to take pictures with him, and he's not distracted at all. So I think he brings that energy in the calls. He brings it anywhere he is. He's present. So that's huge.
And I always forget, like when Nikki asked, like, what makes a good closer successful, is just like, of course, like you said, problem solving, but like finding that motivation. And sometimes when I'm on these calls, like I always forget motivation, right? Like that's the most important thing, because all the other wholesalers are talking about the condition of the property. It's just like, it's like barf, right? But like, like you're trying to help the seller, like get their motivation. And like, that's the main, like if you're a good closer, you got their motivation. Like Pace is good at finding motivation and digging into it. And RJ's really good too. I just think, when I think of motivation, I always think about Pace. Like he finds that motivation, which is really good.
Yeah, I think the hardest thing for me, it was to go for that no. You know,
Yeah, that's what I heard from RJ. That's kind of what I learned from RJ too, right?
I read that book and I was like, oh, that's huge. That's huge because like that thing, that's the toughest thing for me was to saying I'm gonna go cash is to coming down that low. That's tough. Like that's like you're gonna hear no. Like ain't nobody gonna say from 200 to 70,000. You know what I mean? Or somewhere.
And you always hear like low ball offer. Like I was watching a lot of Flip with Rick, and they'll say like low ball offer, but they're a little bit softer on like they explain why. But RJ's the best. Like it's not a low ball offer. It's a good offer based on the area, the amount of rehab I have to do, the condition, everything I have to pay. Like I don't make money because I have to do all this shit.
Yeah.
And like for me, like if someone's asking for 500 and I go for 250, I feel like I'm a bad person. That's just like the type of person I am. Just like when that one guy wanted 75, I'm like, this is a great deal, but like I feel like it feels bad. Like I'm not just the type of person. You're probably like that too. Like you don't want to get on somebody. But when I think about RJ's method, we're like, it's not a lowball offer. It's math. It's breaking down the costs. And as an investor, you have expenses and you also have revenue, right?
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's important. If they don't know year before, I would just say, hey, this is where we're at. We have to do this. Like I would tell them, but you have to break it down for them over and say, this is where it at. Like you said, that math has to be broken down. Then they see it and then they know it's coming.
Mm-hmm.
This is where we're at. That's it.
Yeah. They got a couple other ones. Patrick says, Nick, there is an author named Jeffrey blah, blah, blah that has a book called The Very Small but Very, Very Powerful Series. Awesome. Scott asked, do you guys think acquisitions or dispo is harder? What do you think, Sammy?
Definitely acquisitions. I think once you get that down packed, then you can move into you want to do one thing or the other. I mean, it depends, for everybody. Some people are hiring dispo, some people are looking for. But if you want to start acquisitions, I think once you get that down packed, it just leads into dispo.
Yeah, Patrick said I can't even read today. I feel like they are equally challenging. Patrick says acquisitions got easier when I started focusing on motivation and how to solve it. Yep, definitely motivation. Dispositions got easier after someone told me a good deal would never be hard to sell. If you don't get any good feedback within 7 to 10 days, you need to reevaluate your number. So,
yeah, that's a fact.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like being on dispo will help you on acquisition because I'll look up deals and they're pretty shitty probably. Then I send them to Kathy to dispo them. Then I jump on those calls and I see how hard it is to dispo a deal. So it allows me to go back to acquisitions and be better. So I like acquisitions better because I like talking to sellers. I don't like talking to buyers. But as far as what's harder, I feel like if you do a good job on acquisitions, the dispo will be easier because if you got a good deal in a good market, you'll have buyers. It's just vetting the buyers and figuring out which ones are full of shit and which ones are legit buyers. But acquisitions, you have to learn it really good first before they both have their hard points. But I think if you could get acquisitions down, dispo is a lot easier. There are some people that do better at talking to buyers. I rather talk to sellers. I feel like it's a different wavelength, maybe. I don't know. But maybe people that talk to buyers like to be on dispo because maybe they're more on the numbers and they know how to convey that to a buyer. Maybe for me, I don't like the numbers. So like when I talk to them, I'm not confident when I talk to buyers because I don't really know my numbers. But with acquisitions, I just look at the calculator. I'm like, I need to be here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I know Barbara in Titanium, she doesn't like acquisitions, but she loves dispo. Maybe she likes talking to these types of people because maybe sellers are kind of mean or they're hard, but buyers could be mean and hard too. But maybe she felt like dispo is her place because she likes the numbers and stuff like that. So it just depends on your personality too. There's always buyers for a good deal. Oh, sorry.
Acquisitions, you're trying to pull the motive. You're trying to pull, whereas trying to get all this stuff, then get the deal on the like it's a lot. Whereas Dispo, you're just like you're kind of like you're out there pushing that deal, right?
Like you're selling. You're selling a deal.
Now you're trying to sell, like it's so you're taking one and pivoting into the other. So
yeah, it kind of has me thinking about like I think when I had a pet store, I had like supplies, grooming, daycare on a brick and mortar. So we sold like pet foods, toys, like a little boutique. And I said I was never a good salesperson because like if you came in, I'd be like, hey, Sammy, we got this on sale, we got this on, like that's not me. Like I'm not a salesperson. But if you came in and I could notice you had a German Shepherd or a pit bull and they had a lot of bad skin stuff, like their paws are really itchy and red, I'd be like, hey, Sammy, like, have you thought about maybe a different diet for your dog? Maybe no grains, no chicken. Maybe a lot of pit bulls are allergic to chicken. A lot of German Shepherds and pit bulls don't like grain. So, you know, you can see it on their coat. Some are even allergic to potatoes. That's why you might see, you know, a little bit red on their groin area. You know, their ears get red. I would suggest maybe try this food. Like, that's not selling, but I feel like I'm that type of seller where I'm trying to find a solution, you know, or I'm trying to fix a problem and provide a solution compared to like, hey, we got this on sale. We got like, that's not me. I like to fix things. So I think like Sam was saying on the acquisition side, you're trying to fix a situation, right? You're trying to help someone. But when you're talking to Dispo, you're talking to buyers, you're just selling something, I think. So it's it depends on what type of person you are. I don't like selling. I like to solve problems. And I think that's where Sammy was kind of going, where on the Dispo side, you're basically you're advertising stuff, right?
Exactly. Good point.
Yeah, let me see here. But I believe like if you're going to have a successful wholesale business, you need to know both steps because, you know, Kathy is like saying, oh, we could JV with people. But, you know, when we hire people, or let's just say we don't hire people, we need to know the front end and the back end. Front end's acquisition, the back end is Dispo, right? So if you know both sides, like you have a well-complete business. You know, if you're JVing with people, you might know how to Dispo, but they're doing everything. So, you know, it just depends how you want to run your business. But, you know, you should definitely be well versed off in acquisition and Dispo because they kind of go hand in hand.
Yeah, definitely. It's always a good way to start with other people, but eventually you want to do your own thing and figure that out.
Yeah, I like JVing with people at first because they could help pick up the ball if you fumble it, you know what I mean? And run it in the end zone. But if you're the only one on the team, you might just give up, right? If you run into a fumble. Let's see here. And it's already 1 o'clock. Let's see. Is there any new calls to do? Yeah, I think over the weekend we'll probably reboot, then like hit it hard on Monday again.
You work? You don't work on the weekends, right?
No, Kathy, you know, with her day job is off on the weekends. So like we just take the whole weekend off. Maybe we'll talk to buyers like to do walkthroughs, but we don't do anything new. We like if we need to jump on the phone and talk to a buyer that wants to do a walkthrough, or maybe someone asked about a deal on an investor lift, or maybe a seller texts us and they're really motivated, we'll jump on and like do a little bit of work. But typically we just don't work on the weekends. What about you?
Yeah, I'm the same. Occasionally I'll do a little work on Saturday just to, you know, make sure I got everything covered, go through stuff. But usually Saturday, most of the day, I'm pretty much done. And Sunday, done too.
Yeah. Like I'm out of it.
Yeah. It depends too. I have worked Saturdays though, without a doubt, where I was like, I got to get a deal. I got to get something rolling. And you know what the thing is? Sometimes you can't get in touch with some of these sellers during the week. And I learned that sometimes they're busy during the week. So try them on a Saturday here and there.
That's true.
You get a few combos going.
That's true. Like if you can't get a hold of them during the week or they're touch and go, you can't really have an in-depth conversation. Then weekend's definitely good, right?
Yeah. Like so for instance, like I had one lady tell me that he's never home, so try him in the AM. You know, I had other people tell me try on the weekend. So once in a while, I try to switch it up. Okay, I've been calling at night this person for couple of weeks now. Let me try it in the morning. Maybe I need to catch them before they go out or head to work.
Mhm.
Or I tried those both, and now they're not picking up at all. So let me try on a weekend. Then I think I saw RJ said it was try a different number. I'm gonna start doing that. Just try like one of your Google numbers or your cell number or whatever. Just give it a shot.
I'll do that. Like if I can't get a hold of someone on the CRM phone number, I'll try to call them a dispo number.
Yeah.
Just a toggle on the CRM. Still no pickup. I'll just use my cell phone and just call them. But maybe not call them on the CRM, then call them right on your cell phone like 5 seconds later, because they're gonna know it's you from a different number.
Yeah,
So maybe
not.
stagger it, right?
Right. Spread it out either a day or at least a few hours.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. I think I have the seller to call back. Let me look it up real quick. Custom fields. I think I'm supposed to call the seller back. Let me listen to the recording again. But yeah, these are all good questions, guys. Let me listen to this recording real quick. Oh yeah, I didn't finish that conversation, so I gotta call the seller back and see. Let me just check my numbers first. So ARVS 200. He's asking for 140. Our offer price is 104. Repair cost is 30. Okay, cool. Let me call him. Let me just check real quick. Let's see, where's the property? 404 West. Let me call him. Anything new?
No.
So that other buyer said he was busy, and I just texted him. We called.
The first bar. What did he say?
He's gonna do a drive-by.
Like, see, her
Howdy.
Hey, Colin, it's Brent. Oh, they tricked me.
Your name, number, and I'll get back to you.
He's fun.
No, not anymore. No.
I call him again. Want to go surf or beach? Are you almost at work?
Yeah.
Is that a yes or no?
Okay.
Is that a yes or no? Beach? Let's go to the beach.
Life's the beach.
Right? I'm just playing in the sand. Is that Lil Wayne, I think? I just saw this on Facebook. Well, this is old Facebook, 4 days ago. It says, breaking news, shocking photos show Las Vegas Aces player Caitlin Clark getting choked out. And they hate her. Leave Caitlin Clark alone. She's bringing money into your sport. Leave her alone.
You're talking about the basketball player?
Yeah, like no one used to watch WNBA. Like I was watching I forgot what stand-up it was. it was Joe Rogan or a new one on Netflix. It's like, no, it was he's actually on TikTok. It's like this guy that does a lot of crowd work, like crowd play,
Okay.
and like makes fun of the people in the crowd. And I think his name's like Andrew Jackson, like big black guy. He's so funny. We always watch him. I actually went to one of his shows, but he's like, don't be mad at Caitlyn. Like before, like no one used to watch the WNBA, and like this now you have people watching it, and you know they're just ragging on Caitlyn Clark because she's white, dominating in the sport, right? And it's like they're bringing people to the stands and the seats, and they're selling tickets because of her. Like leave her alone, you know, like because it used to be like the second you hear a football snap, you're like, okay, let me switch this to football now, right? Like no one's watching WNBA,
Right.
but now people are watching it, right? Because of Caitlyn Clark, and she's just getting beat up left and right, elbows to the face, uppercut to the jaw, like.
Really, I've seen her play. I haven't seen any of that. I feel like everybody's. It's definitely she's getting a lot of attention. That's definitely a fact. But,
Oh, it's so funny. Like, I feel like she's like Steph Curry. Like, she's that fucking good. Like, I don't like basketball.
I've seen her throw. Yeah.
I don't like basketball at all. I don't like basketball at all. But like, of course, like Kobe and LeBron, like they're all fun to watch, right? So like, I would compare Caitlyn Clark to like Stephen Curry or whatever, right?
No, yeah, definitely. She
Right?
definitely has that shot. She steps back and throws it, and it's nothing but net.
It's like a fucking rocket. Like she could hang with the boys, I think, right?
Oh yeah.
But like
she moves. She has the handle. No, she definitely. I know that comedian. I'm just trying to think of it. Is that his name?
Something Jackson, like Andrew Jackson, or
yeah. I see him all the time. You're right. He gets on everybody.
Oh, he's so funny. Like we went to him live. He's just roasting the whole crowd. Like, oh my god, he's so. You guys gotta check it out. But like, I don't know. Then
he definitely goes in. Yeah, he does go in on the crowd. I forgot his name.
Maybe. But you'll see like Caitlyn Clark like go up and shoot a 3-pointer, then like she'll get an elbow in the face. Or like you're not gonna call that? Like what the? It's just because she's white, I think, and it's just so bad.
Yeah, I don't know how tough they are on fouls, and like you said, I don't watch WNBA. I think that's the most I've watched is her playing because the highlights are always coming through.
They're always juicy.
Yeah. Yeah, she's probably making that money. She's probably going to get endorsed. Watch.
Oh, she definitely is. It's funny when like they're like Caitlyn Clark only makes this much money from her salary from the WNBA versus this new round draft pick that's a male that's making millions. It's like, well, the guy is bringing in revenue for the team. The team makes money and people watch it. Like it's a different ball game. It's like a $1 billion market cap company versus like a $5 million market cap company. Like you can't compare. So if you're saying, hey, Caitlyn Clark, it's not fair for women because she's not getting paid just like Kobe Bryant would, right?
Yeah.
But it's like they're not playing at the same level, right? So, but Caitlyn Clark's also getting endorsements by Nike, so she's making millions. She's not getting paid for basketball like from the team because the team doesn't bring in money, but she's getting paid by sponsors. So I see these posts where people are like, "Oh, it's not fair because Caitlyn Clark's making no money, and this guy's a new draft pick for the men, and he's making millions." It's like, well, Caitlyn Clark's making bank from sponsors, but her sport doesn't bring in the same amount of revenue as the NBA does. So you can't compare them. It's like comping a house in Louisiana versus a house in Malibu. Like they're not the same.
Yeah. Yeah. If you go to a stadium and they're selling out, then that's different. But if you're not, then you gotta factor in the endorsements, who's the tickets that are selling, things like that. Oh, and the viewers, you know what I mean? How many people are watching this on TV? 2 people? Like you're not gonna make money, right?
It's like if I want to be a stripper, like I wouldn't make a lot of money. The girls would make more money because they're pro, they're better, right?
Exactly.
But what about men's rights? What about my rights? I'm a man. I feel like I should be representative just like the other girl strippers, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know how much a male stripper makes, but I'm sure it's not like a woman. They come home with a lot of money.
Unless you're like Mark Wahlberg and you got like that Chippendales body, right? Let's see here. I wish I had new leads. Sometimes I'm like, man, if I just turn on the fire hose on the leads, I'll get way more deals. But then Kathy's like, well, we could get the deals, but it's just us, right? So even if you get a lot of deals, doesn't mean you could dispo them too, right?
Right.
Like as far as your capacity, like we can only handle a certain amount of capacity on dispo. So I
Yeah,
want
then
to
you
buy
gotta
more.
work Saturdays and Sundays now.
Yeah, so I could buy more leads and close up more deals for sure, but then I'm also working a lot more harder on dispo, and like I think you got to find a good balance with the
Yeah.
leads flow.
Yeah, you'll know when you're like, all right, we're ready for some more. You'll know.
Mm-hmm.
Once
I
you
think we're
get
shooting to 3 a day. I think today we bought. Let me see how many we bought. I think we bought 3 or 4 today.
Yeah, I caught one of your calls.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Let's see here. Okay, let me go over these. So this is September 27th. Yeah, we bought 3 leads. It's almost 2. Awesome. So let me go over these real quick. Okay, so the Lee one, we got a contract sent. So that's good. Then Colin, he wants above retail, but we got a hold of him, so contact made. Then Heather wants to sell, going through SMS. So we bought 3 leads and one's a contract sent. It was pretty good.
Yeah, no, definitely. Get a contract every day. Good.
Yeah. You know, we're about like averages. So like we buy 3 leads a day, 5 days a week, 7 days a week. Like at the end of the month, we'll have enough leads to generate a few deals, like guaranteed.
Nice. There it is. Yeah, I gotta write up this contract and rewrite it. Well, just change the day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Anyone else have any questions? Nikki, Scott, let's see. Probably clean up my serum a little bit, see if there's any more calls and call it an early day. See not in flow. New leads. So this is Colin. Colin just called. So is it just you doing the deals, or you have other people on your team too?
Just one other person. It's just me and my partner. That's it.
Nice. What does he help with? Capital, dispo, acquisitions?
All of that.
Nice.
Yeah, if I'm struggling with something, I go right to him. I'm like, hey, I got a deal right here. I need a little help. So been in the game for a while. So he's my go-to. But yeah, he'll help find buyers and everything, pretty much.
Nice. Is there anything that you guys are like, okay, we want to kick up the lead flow, we want to buy more leads, we want to maybe pull more data, we want to hire more people on the acquisitions or dispo? Like, what next thing are you guys trying to do as a business?
I mean, I think that's a conversation that we haven't had. We've spoken about like basics, but I think he's looking for help. He definitely has other people, but you know, it's not like I do this like this is my passion, man. I love getting on the phones and hanging out on Zooms and doing this. But I know he definitely wants some help because he has a full-time job. So he's, you know, busy. Plus he got his investments and things like that. So he's pretty tied up. So I think what we do need is something like what you have, which is investor lift. I think once we get a steady flow, that would be a big thing that we definitely need to implement.
Yeah, I would try to reach out to someone that has an account or do some secret scroll stuff so you don't have to end up paying for all of it. Like jump on an account with someone else.
Yeah. Well, I have a couple of people that told me if I have something that they would ask for a percentage, you know what I mean, if we close. So
Yeah, or you could reach out to I don't think we're doing this as much anymore because we're trying to just do our own thing. But let's just say Sammy, you had a deal. You're like, hey, we don't have investor lift. Like, can you help us post it? Yeah, we'll post it for you. Like maybe give us a few $100s if it closes, or if you want us to dispo it for you, then we would just cut the profit in half or something like that.
Yeah.
But if you don't have the tool, always reach out to people that have the tool and see if you could work up with them. This is going for of course people watching, but share resources. I reached out to Randy. He's got investor base. He's helping me with that. We have investor lift, so we help people with that. Just share resources and never pay full price for overhead, like tools.
Yeah, no, you're right. That makes sense.
But yeah, that's one thing you guys want to add to your business is investor lift. That's cool. It's funny. I jumped on the phone with John. John, I think he's new to. I think he's this class. He's like, hey, Brandon, Kathy, I need some help on the investor lift. I just bought it yesterday. Dropped like 15K. I was like, hell yeah. He's like, wow. I don't know how to use it. Could we jump on a Zoom? I was like, hell yeah, bro. Like, we'll teach you a little bit, just to get you started. But he just jumped on it, bought it, and just, go get it, right? Taking action. So I was like, hell yeah, bro. If you need help, let me know on investor lift. But it's cool to just see people just take action, Like, what are you guys using? Investor lift? Okay, let me get it. You guys using Privy? Let's get it, right?
That's the only way you move forward is just figure it out, instead of waiting and trying to study and figure it, thinking you're going to learn it. Just push forward.
Colin or Dana says, just in a contract, just got a wire for a closed deal and waiting on novation to close today. Hell yeah, dude. Are you running the novation yourself or you have a JV partner doing that?
Me?
I think Dana in the comment, yeah.
Oh, I missed that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Just in a contract, got a new wire. Sounds like a good Friday, bro. Let's see. Yeah, for everyone watching, make sure you guys like, comment, subscribe. I think we're up to 150, 60 followers already. That's fucking awesome. Subscribers. A few weeks. Dana, I hired an agent. Hell yeah, dude. So you hired an agent to just run the whole novation? That's pretty cool. We have our partner is doing the novation, but they're also working with agents. So they're doing the whole novation and doing all the agent stuff. So it's kind of we don't have to do anything, which is cool. Are you involved in that novation, Dana, or is the agent covering everything, like the showings, talking to buyers? Are you hands-on on that, or is it kind of hands-off with that novation? Okay, let's see. Let's see if anyone responded to my text. Okay, so I gotta reply to a text message. Yeah, 20K day if it hits 12 and 18 or 12 and 8K. And the agent did everything for the novation short of some negotiating with specific inspectors. That's awesome, man. Yeah. We had a buddy, Glenn, that ran his own novation and came up with a lot of speed bumps, which is probably normal with a novation. But, if you're not the expert of it, it's hard to do it yourself. But it's cool that that agent kind of ran it in the end zone for you. And let me just comp this property. This one's in Indiana. Pull it up real quick. Let's see. Look over the notes real quick. So Zillow is 92K. Did he end up selling the property? I don't think he even gave me an offer price. Let me call her. Okay. Hello, Christina. Do you have the wrong? Hello, this is Christina. Are you looking to sell the property? Yep. Okay, she never gave me a price, so let me just pretend this is a new lead again. I think this will probably be my last call. Let's see. Oh, see, it was a 28K novation, but found credit card lines at the last minute and an extra 8K in fees on the payoff since it was in forbearance. So you guys probably had enough profit in there to, take that, that expense, I'd imagine, right? Because as a novation, you have to cover all that. The seller gets a fixed price, or you maybe did like a profit share, but it sounds like the seller got a fixed price and shit came up, and you guys probably had to come out of pocket. But yeah, that's why novations, you got to have some good meat on the bone, I guess. Okay, let's call this lady.
Hi, you've reached 603-7100.
Call again.
Hi, you've reached.
Okay, just text her. Hey, Christine. Christine just called. I said, did you end up selling the property? She said, no, not yet. Just a little apprehensive about this non-traditional sale. About this non-traditional sale. What has you apprehensive? Has it been a difficult process? Selling our process. How much did you want? How much were you trying to get for the property? Hey, Christine just called. What has you apprehensive? Has it been a difficult process? How much were you trying to get for the property? Okay. I'll put her in a 5-hour follow-up. So I could call her Monday. Hopefully she responds via text. Okay, so that one's replied. Okay, Christine just called. What has you apprehensive? Has it been a difficult process? How much are you looking to get for the property? So It's funny to use ChatGPT sometimes or like reply to text. Like I did it this way where this lady sent me an essay and I just copied it and I put it in the ChatGPT and I said, respond to this, but add, hey, your price is a little bit too high because, you know, those houses are by the lake, so they go for more money. Yours is closer to the inland. I need to be at this price. And I just threw it in ChatGPT and it spit out like a really good reply. Like,
Really?
yep,
Wow.
I'll use that one.
Nice.
Another thing I like to do is like copy the whole conversation and like summarize this conversation in ChatGPT because, you know, have you ever came across records where like, oh my God, I kind of don't know what's going on. There's so many messages.
Yeah.
It'll like summarize it all. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I haven't really utilized ChatGPT as much as I probably should be right now. I've used it a couple of times, but not
It's
enough.
pretty cool. Like if you're on a record and you're like, fuck, I forgot like what this is going on, and there's a lot of messages via text, copy ChatGPT, like summarize this in like a short paragraph.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
Nice. Yeah, that stuff is AI is, man, it's taking over.
Yeah. Kathy was saying that she was listening to the inventor of OpenAI, ChatGPT. He published an article, I don't know, maybe it was this week or a little bit ago, but he said AI is going to change the world where like people will live healthier and just be more happy because AI will take over the jobs that people don't even know exist. And there'll be so much more money left over. It kind of hints toward like the socialistic society in a way in that, you know, that article. But the guy that with OpenAI was saying that AI is going to change the future where all these people won't need to drive anywhere. Like you won't have to go to school anymore because you could have tutors that are AI in your house teaching your kids. You know, like it's going to change so much. Like there'll be no traffic. You know, people will be healthier because they could eat better food. Farming industry will be more automated with AI. Like that guy's like,
right? Damn, I forgot the movie where everybody was on a ship and they were all just chilling on the chair, eating. Everything was coming to them. I don't know if you've seen that, but I was like, imagine that. Like the human was so lazy because everything was done for them.
Right? It's all automated.
Yeah.
And I was thinking like, yeah, I could totally see that because we're talking about like, imagine AI drones that could just pick you up and like, I want to go to San Diego to West Hollywood. Let me get my drone and just fly over there and like be a taxi shuttle, right? Like,
right.
Like that's going to happen. And they said in the next 3 years, like it's just going to exponent. Like there's going to be so much technology in the next 3 to 5 years. Like it's going to be mind blowing, I think. Yeah. Like Wally.
Yeah. I can only imagine with that. It's probably going to change everything.
It'd be cool to have like a tool where it could comp your property, like with AI, and just spit out. Because I know there's tools out there that could comp a property, but a lot of them are wrong. Like a lot of them are way off.
Yeah.
But imagine like in a few years, I bet that's going to be a lot easier to comp a property and like take all the notes that you have and say, is this a deal or not? You're like, nope, that's not a deal. Move on.
Yeah, probably. I think so. I mean, wholesaling, just in the past year, a couple of years, it's really changed, man. It's like the stuff we know now, it wasn't this accessible before. It was just like you had to do a lot of homework and research, you know, to find how you got everybody's talking about wholesaling now. So
yeah, I used to be on a smaller wholesale team before I got into tech sales. And these guys are in San Diego. They're huge. They spend thousands, well, probably 30 to 100 grand in marketing spent a month, right? Probably way more. But they're killing it, right? But looking back, I remember they would book. I'd be on the dollar calling, you know, getting conversations going. I never knew what the closers were doing, but I know they drove to these appointments and like looked at properties and all that stuff. Right. No one's doing that anymore. No one's driving to properties. Like it's all virtual. Like it's way better now.
Yeah. Yeah, just like before COVID, we weren't on phones. Like not many people were doing phone calls.
Mm-hmm.
compared to now.
Like before I got into wholesale, I'm like, who's gonna sell me their house when I'm in California and they're in Florida over the phone and just via email? Like, it was hard to even believe, but it happens every day. I'm like, oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I remember when I first started, I got hung up on somebody in the West Coast, and they were like, "Where are you?" And I said, I'm in New York." They were like, "I'm not selling it to you. What are you gonna do?" I'm like, that was an objection I couldn't handle. I was like, "Hey, we buy properties everywhere." I did the best I could, but it's like, now it's so easy. It's like, what do you mean? And we have partners over there. We're buying it. Blah blah blah. I don't
What
think
I
that's
like to say,
what's
what I
that.
like to say is like, I live in California. It's shitty out here for a landlord. That's why I look out of state. And they're like, oh, okay.
Nice. It's a good one.
Is there any objections that you find that you're like, before it would be hard, or maybe for someone else it would be hard, but you're like, oh, it's easy for me now, or you thought about something clever?
Yeah.
Okay, so this property got a good interest rate. Let's see, so these people are looking for, let's see, I'm stoked I got a Florida lead today. It's just, I think they're looking for more than retail. Okay, 700 is extremely low in our area for our size home. We would need to meet in the middle for it to make it work for us. Let me go on privy. Comps.
Yeah, they just got slammed with a hurricane. I don't want to call anybody from Florida right now.
Oh yeah, that is true. I forgot.
I got
Yeah,
somebody I wanted to call today, but I said, let me wait at least another day.
Dude, does Tampa get a lot? Like, I thought Tampa was pretty safe because it's kind of like kind of hidden up there, but that thing's headed right, like direct path to Tampa. Is crazy.
Yeah. No, that whole panhandle is going to get smacked if they
And that
didn't.
usually it dies right there, right? Usually it's pretty safe once it gets up to that way. Usually, right? Those
Yeah,
hurricanes.
usually they get lucky, but looks like I guess their time is due. I don't know.
Damn.
Sucks. That's what sucks about Florida, man. You love it, but
There's always weather.
yeah, especially this time of year.
Mm. Yeah, this lady. So she said 700 would be extremely low for us. There are comps in like the millions, but she's more inland compared to the lake area. And even Zillow estimates 787. So it's like, your price is too high. But let me make sure. It's a big ass house though. I got comps real quick. Okay, let's see. Solds. I'll pass. Let's see. 2 years, 12 months. Okay. What's other property? Property is 3,600 square feet. Let's do at least 3,000 square feet on a search. Hmm. $1955 build. What build is this? Okay, that's not a comp. Let me change the year built. 1955. So let's just do 2000 or before. Okay, so there's older houses. That's good. So 700 is similar though for that area of size home. We would need to meet in the middle. The lake we are on is the most desirable area in our city. Just check my husband. The lowest we need out is 825. Say, yeah, that might be hard to do as a investor. I see a house right by you that sold for 690k. Where are they at though? Yeah, that might be hard as an investor. I see a house right by you sold for 690k. There are higher comps, but those are new builds. Yeah, okay. Are you guys in a rush to sell? It's hard to, well, not hard, but it's pretty easy to beat people up on price. It's just, they're saying their house is so desirable, but I see houses right next to them that are way below what they're asking for. Yeah, let me see, let me go back. This one too. Have you I think you might need a realtor for that price. Have you guys talked to a real estate agent? To a realtor. Might be a better option instead of an investor if not in a rush. I'm trying to do the push away. Okay, so let me put her in a 4-day follow-up. Caesar, what's up, bro? Oh, dang. Price drop. You're hiding out on us, bro. Joshua, I haven't had much success with trying to run negotiations through text. Have you, Brandon? Sometimes. Are you a seller? I thought you had a call. It depends. Like, if we're close on price, I'll jump on the phone and definitely negotiations. But if they're asking 800K in a 700 neighborhood, there's no point for me to jump on the phone. I'll say, hey, you know, you might have better luck with an agent. These comps are going for this price, and just kind of push away. But yeah, I totally agree with you. It's always best to jump on the phone. Yeah, this one. Yeah, so this lady wants too much money. The lowest we need out is 825. Asking price 825. Look up their mortgage real quick. If they're in a rush to sell, maybe I'll pitch sub 2. But if they're not in a rush to sell, I'll just say go with a real estate agent. Let's see what their mortgage looks like. Mortgage is at 3.2%. So let me put that down. 3.2%. Conventional loan. Loan, 256K balance. 6K balance. Not confirmed. Hey, do you guys still see our you guys still have a mortgage cracked? No worries.
Welcome to your wireless carrier's voicemail system. Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice message system. At the tone, please record your message. When you are finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey Z, this is Sammy. I was giving you a call about the property. Recently filled out an inquiry online. Just wanted to see if you're still looking to sell that property. Give me a call back.
Put her in a 1 month follow up. Joshua, what are you working on today or this week? Any good deals? Any good conversations? Say, so I don't like to use Zillow because it sometimes pulls irrelevant comps, but even Zillow says your house is right under 800K if was market ready. I don't like to use Zillow as an estimate, but because it sometimes pulls irrelevant comps, but even Zillow says your house is right under 800K if it was market ready. I see. If not wanting to go the realtor route, the only thing I can offer as a is getting creative, doing self-financing.
Please leave a message.
So if not wanting to get, if not, ChatGPT. Better. Yeah, ChatGPT is pretty dope. Like I said, make this text better, and I like wrote my text and I said, make this better. I threw it in ChatGPT. I'm like, this is way better, like way better than I could do.
Nice.
Sometimes it's a little wonky and it sounds too robotic, and you might have to change some words, but the overall like blueprint of the conversation is there, which is good. So ChatGPT told me to say this. I typically avoid using Zillow for estimate because it often pulls irrelevant comps. However, even Zillow suggests your house could be valued just under 800K if it was market ready. If you're not interested in going the traditional route with a realtor, as an investor, my best option would be to get creative, potentially exploring seller finance if you're looking to sell quickly. Send.
Nice.
I'll send them like a sub 2 video. And kind of just like put the ball in their court. Like, hey, your price is too high. Get an agent. You know, you have a good interest rate, good mortgage. Maybe you could do seller finance sub 2 hybrid. Retail.
Yeah, nice. Wait for their response.
Mm-hmm. Seller financing info. And I'm just gonna mark this needs comping. No, good. Kathy wants to go to the beach. Let's see. Mama. You have a work? All right, cool. So I'll probably be wrapping up in 5 minutes. So if anyone needs any help real quick or has some questions, feel free to ask Sammy and I if you guys have any questions. I'm just doing some quick text real quick. But yeah, we'll be back on Monday in the morning again. But yeah, if you guys have any last minute questions, we'd love to chat about them. If you guys need help. Okay, let's see. 1 month follow-up. Okay, let's see. So I need help on this one. Are there any 5-hour follow-ups? Nope. 5-hour, nope. 4-day, nope. 14-day, nope. 1 month, nope. Hot buyers. Gatesville. Bodark.
Hi, you've reached the voicemail of Richard Spearman. I'm not in right now, but please leave your
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Mr. Paul. Leave me a brief message and I'll get back with you. Thanks.
Hey, William, this is Brandon Clark. I was just reaching out. I have a deal in Bodark, Missouri, just reaching out to local investors in that area, see if they're picking up any properties. Want to just get you on the phone and see if you're buying. If so, give me a call back, 760-823-8311. Happy to send this fix and flip to you if you're interested. Thanks. Have a great weekend. Okay. So no pickup. Let me go to the next one. Call some buyers. Bodark investor base. Yeah, I'm just calling a few. Should I call these Bodarks? Fuck it. Oh yeah, whatever. Sammy, you gonna be on Monday?
Yeah, I'll be here, Bill.
Sweet, dude. All right, we'll wrap up the show. Make sure you guys like, comment, subscribe. Thank you guys for showing up. I'm always here to help. You know, if you guys want to jump on the phones as well, happy to have you guys up here. But yeah, we'll be back on Monday, probably in the morning, either after RJ's call or, you know, if RJ's call is a little bit later, we'll be on here. But thanks, Sammy, for showing up again. Appreciate your time. And yeah, thanks you guys for showing up today. Make sure you like, comment, subscribe. We'll see you guys Monday. See you, Sammy.
See you later.
See you, bro. Okay,